This happened a few months ago, on a Thursday night specifically, because I know that I was off the next day, and I'm off on Fridays. I was just wrapping up my workday, the usual 9 to 5 grind, and was looking forward to a quiet evening at home, catching up on Netflix, Stranger Things, ironically. I live in a small apartment complex, second floor apartment of a 3-floor building. I've been living here for a while, about 4 years at the point of this story, and I know all of my neighbors pretty well. I know which ones are a bit out there, and which ones are, I guess, normal people. Not judgmental, but I know that you know what I mean when I say normal versus weird ones. One of my neighbors, Jay, is one of the normal ones. He does computer work for a hospital, so I know for a fact that he's not on any drugs, and he's probably not crazy. He and I have actually hung out a few times, so, to the best of my knowledge, he's all there and completely sane. On the night in question, I got home, tossed my keys and wallet on the table, made myself something to eat, and immediately sat down to watch Stranger Things, because I needed to get through Season 3 still. Yes, I am way behind. I'm about halfway through the episode, and I hear a knock on the door. I pause the show, get up, and answer it. And it was Jay, my next-door neighbor. But he actually looked like he'd been crying, which is a bit weird for him, but I figured that something had happened. I asked what was up, and he responded with, "Hey, man, have you seen my cat, Tom? I saw him this morning before work, but when I got home I couldn't find him, and I'm a bit worried that he might have gotten out." Now, I know Tom. Tom is a long-haired gray cat, and he's probably my favorite cat in the world. The big issue with him getting out is that he's completely deaf. So he wouldn't make it out if he did get out. I tell him that I hadn't seen him and mention that I'll keep an eye out for him, and say that he couldn't have gotten far. Basically anything to try to keep this guy calm because I know he loves that cat. Jay thanks me and says that he'll let me know if he finds him. I nod and we part ways. He goes back to his apartment, I go back to the chair to watch the rest of my episode. Of course, the night is a bit jaded because I'm sitting there watching TV and thinking about Tom, and I'm worried about him. About 10 minutes later, I pause the show again, just not able to get back into it, and I start to go to get a glass of water, when I hear another knock on the door. I think it's Jay coming to tell me that he found Tom, and when I open it, it is Jay, but he still looks pretty frazzled. Initially, I was worried that the worst may have happened, but Jay starts in with, "Hey, man, have you seen my cat, Tom? I saw him this morning before work, but when I got home I couldn't find him, and I'm a bit worried he might have gotten out." I say that I still haven't seen him, and he looks confused. "What do you mean still?" I responded telling him that he came by earlier and asked me the same question. He seriously looks lost, saying that he hadn't left his apartment since he got home because he's been tearing it apart trying to find Tom. At this point, I'm sitting there thinking, is this guy messing with me? But before I can say anything, he just asks me to keep an eye out for him and says he's going to go drive around and look for him. I shut the door and just stood there thinking, what? That was really out of character for Jay. He's always been a level-headed individual, so it was weird that he was being so, weird. I once again go back to the show, but I cannot get back into it at all. I'm just trying to make sense of what happened. Like, did Jay go crazy or something? Did I imagine the first conversation? It was freaky, but I decided to just go to bed at that point. Wasting my night, but I wanted the day to be over. The next morning, I got up and decided that I wanted to go get coffee. I got dressed at the early hours of 8 in the morning and walked out to the hallway. I decided that I would go ahead and check in on Jay to see if he found Tom. I knock on his door, and after a couple of seconds, he answers. As he answers the door, he's holding the fluffy gray love lump named Tom. I smiled when I saw him, and he asked me what was up. I mentioned that I wanted to check on him to see if he had found Tom, but obviously he did. Again, he looked at me confused and asked what I meant. I mentioned that the night before he was missing, that he came over and asked me if I had seen him. Jay then asks me if I'm okay at this point, and I laugh, asking why. He then says that he worked the overnight shift the previous night, that he was at work from 8 to 7, because he had to do a major hardware upgrade for a hospital, and he had just gotten home right before I knocked. It was like he and I were playing this weird ping-pong game of confusion, and it was once again my turn. I then asked him if Tom had been missing at all, and he said that he'd been in this apartment the whole time to the best of his knowledge. I confirmed once again that he didn't come knocking on my door the night before, and he said that he wasn't home, so it could not have been him. I just kind of nodded and said, okay, and that I was glad that he was doing well, and I went ahead and exited the conversation as quickly as I could. I really didn't want to dive down that rabbit hole again. So, that's my story, and it's the only thing like this that I've ever experienced. Somehow, my neighbor who was at work on an overnight shift came to my door twice to tell me that his cat was missing, even though he was nowhere near our complex, and his cat was never actually missing. I have no idea if this was some kind of prank or something, but that would be very unlike Jay. And again, he's always been a straight shooter, so I don't think that he was on anything or lying to me. I don't know what did happen, but I don't think it was that. I guess, in the end, I'm just grateful that Tom was okay, and that everything worked out for the best. I have always been a fan of quaint little shops. The ones that sell antiques and weird little things. The kind that exist, but you have no idea how they manage to stay open because you never see customers in them. I'd moved to a new town, not far from where I lived prior, but far enough that I hadn't spent a lot of time going through the shops that existed near my new complex. I decided to do some strip mall shopping, and in one of them, right next to a Big Lots, I found this adorable little shop called the Curious Cabinet. It was an antique store, tucked into a narrow alley by the Big Lots, and the sign above it had definitely seen better days, but it was honestly what charmed me enough to check it out. I can tell you that the minute I walked into that store, I was hit with this smell of old books and repolished wood. It was an incredibly rustic smell, one that imprinted itself into my memory. I was immediately greeted by the owner, a man who introduced himself as Mr. Thompson, and he was the most inviting and welcoming person I have ever met. He was so polite. He had information on every single item in his shop. He was dressed in a tan button-down shirt, wearing suspenders on his pants, and a cute little news cap that fit him perfectly. Basically, this was the most adorable and friendly elderly man I have ever run into in my 28 years of living on this planet. I spent a couple of hours in the shop, perusing the items, talking with Mr. Thompson about random things, and I found this little wooden owl statue. I asked him about it, and he mentioned that his brother had actually hand-carved it. that he spent hours cutting into the wood to make the owl. I talked to him about it a bit more, and he mentioned that his brother had recently passed away. I asked him if he really wanted to sell the statue since it was something his late brother had created, and he immediately lit up, saying that he absolutely wanted to sell it. He said that his brother wanted to spread the joy of birds, and that someone else having that statue would be exactly what he would have wanted. That story had me opening my wallet. It was a perfect sales pitch, and I have no reason to believe that it wasn't true. Mr. Thompson wrapped the owl in paper and handed it to me gently, telling me that he hoped that I would admire the statue for years to come, and thanked me so much for my business. As I left, he said that he hoped I would come back, and I immediately told him that I would, and that I would bring in more people that would love to see what he had, and he was elated to hear that. About a week later, my sister came over and asked about the statue. I explained the whole story, told her about the curious cabinet and Mr. Thompson, and she seemed entirely enchanted about the idea. I told her that we could go, and she was all for it. We loaded up in my car, and I headed towards the big lots. When we got there, I drove up through the parking lots and was confused. The alleyway was still there, the big lots still existed, but the sign for the curious cabinet wasn't. I was concerned, thinking that somehow, in a week, the place had closed down. I parked and told her that it was in the alley, and she looked as confused as I was. We got out and walked over to where the shop was just a week prior, and in its place was a laundromat. Confused and a little freaked out, I looked around thinking maybe I had just gone to the wrong place in the alley, that maybe I had forgotten the exact spot, but the only other place in the alley part of that strip mall was an insurance office. I stood there just staring at this uninviting door that said, laundry wash. There was no curious cabinet, no antique shop, just a building with a bunch of washing machines. I don't know why, but I opened the door to the laundromat and walked in, thinking that if I crossed the threshold, it would magically change back to the beautiful little shop, and I would find out that Mr. Thompson was some kind of wizard or something. When I walked in, an older man that vaguely looked like Mr. Thompson walked out of the back and up to the register, but I could immediately tell that this was not the man that I spoke to the other day. He had this aggressive scowl, this stare that screamed that he hated everyone. I kind of stuttered and asked if he was Mr. Thompson, and he nodded, saying, "Yeah, how can I help you?" I asked him what happened to the antique shop that was here, and he again just stared confused, saying that there wasn't an antique shop here, and that he'd run this laundromat for the last 7 years. I just sort of nodded and apologized for wasting his time, and I immediately turned around and grabbed my sister's arm to leave. She asked me if I was okay, but I told her that I had no idea what was going on, that this was an antique shop only a week prior, and that I had bought the owl statue from that old man, but he was much nicer. She laughed, probably through nerves, and told me that it was weird, but then mentioned that it was pretty clear that I had just forgotten where it was located. I tried to explain that I was certain that this was it, but reality was presenting evidence to the contrary. She shrugged it off, just saying that I would find it eventually, and when I did, we could go check it out. I had to just agree and pretend that that was what was happening. But I know the truth. That store was right there, and that man was Mr. Thompson, but he was not the same man. The man running the laundromat was not personable. He looked like he was jaded after having worked at that place for so long, completely the opposite of the Mr. Thompson that I had met. I never found the store, at all. It doesn't exist on Google Maps near me. I don't have any record of the transaction as I had bought that statue with cash, and the receipt is nowhere to be found. The only evidence that I have now that I ever shopped at that shop is the fact that the statue still exists. It sits on my shelf in my bedroom, just this little anomaly in my existence. A reminder that, at some point, something strange happened that I cannot explain. Hi, Raven. I've been listening for at least a couple of years at this point, and I love your voice and style of narration, not to mention the content of the stories you curate. Thank you. I listen to the stories before bed each night, and I always tell myself I'm going to find time to send in my stories, but I never do. I've experienced several unexplainable events, beginning with my first glitch in 2013. These are all true stories, told just as they happened from my perspective, and not altered in any way. My then girlfriend, Alex, and I were driving back from visiting my parents in Julian, California. We were heading north back up to LA. We'd been driving for about 30 minutes. We had taken the windy, two-lane deadly Highway 57, full of dangerous twists and turns down the mountain, and turned towards Borrego Springs, I think. The first part of that country road is a long straight stretch, and it had gotten dark by this time. There's no light pollution in that area, and there weren't a lot of streetlights or reflectors at the time. There isn't much there, just two big wheat fields on either side. No more cliffs or mountainsides to worry about, and I had done the drive at least a dozen times. So, I was familiar with the territory. The next thing I know, there's an enormous, unflinching deer in the road. The classic deer in the headlights, staring right back at me, not frightened, not moving. I remember his eyes glowing in the dark. He was a huge buck, with a majestic rack, and he was hypnotized by my headlights. We were going about 65 miles an hour at this point, and I couldn't understand how I didn't see the animal walk into the road or anything. I don't think I had my high beams on, though, so it's possible that it was too far out until it was too late. It happened so fast that my girlfriend barely had time to blurt out, "Deer!" I grabbed her hand and she grabbed mine. We braced for the worst. There was no time to swerve, to hit the brakes, or do anything other than brace for impact. The deer was on my side of the car, so I immediately knew that I was a goner. He was going to come straight through the windshield at 65 miles per hour. I have no idea why, but I closed my eyes and so did she, and when we opened them a moment later, we were still going down the highway. The first thing I did was check the rear view mirror. My girlfriend looked back through the rear window as well. And remember, this is a straight stretch of road with nothing but a big empty field on either side, so we should have seen it. But there was absolutely no sign of the deer. It was gone. We were shocked and grateful to be alive. So much so that we never talked about it again. I have to wonder, did I die that night and leave my poor mother heartbroken? All of my other glitches revolve around a woman that I would eventually marry in 2019 and divorce in 2022. I had gotten down on one knee and proposed. She said yes to the ring and we started planning the wedding. I should mention that she was pregnant at the time. She got the big diamond engagement ring that she wanted, and it was time to pick out the wedding ring. She told me that she wanted something off Etsy. She showed it to me. The ring had maybe 8 little diamond baguettes, and I showed her the one that I found, also on Etsy. and we purchased each other's rings. We were married in the Catholic Church in her hometown that summer. About 6 months after that, she called me at work to tell me that she just noticed that 2 of the baguettes had fallen out of her wedding ring. We were both disappointed. I told her to contact the seller on Etsy right away, because more likely than not, the baguettes weren't properly secured to the golden band. We figured that she would have to send the ring back, and hopefully the seller would replace them for free or at cost. There was no accidental event that led to the ring being damaged. The rest of the ring was intact, and the diamonds all seemed to me to be fastened in there very well. They didn't move, and the ring seemed solid and well made. So we thought maybe it was a fluke. A few weeks passed, and she still hadn't contacted the seller. A couple of weeks after that, and I started to press the issue, thinking that the more time goes by, the less likely she is to take action. I purchased the ring, and I really wanted her to have it with all the baguettes as intended. So another week goes by, and she calls me at work again in the morning. She has no idea how, but the baguettes are back in the ring. She never had it repaired. She never even took it off of her finger, but it was restored to its original condition. What the hell happened here? I would love to find out one day, but I know that I never will. I'm a member of a certain group of anonymous people who meet up regularly to discuss their vices and try to find solutions to their problems together by talking to one another. It's not uncommon to strike up a conversation with someone you've never met and to find that you have a lot to talk about. It was a Saturday night, and the meeting was outside in a small amphitheater-type space in a church courtyard. The meetings were outside during the summer, and the weather was perfect. Folding chairs were set up, people put down bits of paper, car keys, big books to reserve seats, but it wasn't hard to find a seat given the big stone steps that surrounded the courtyard. The podium with the mic and speakers was set up, and everyone was drinking their coffee. I was talking to a guy who was giving his friend a cake to celebrate an anniversary, and having an interesting discussion, when all of a sudden I hear the old familiar clank of a coffee cup spilling over at my feet. It happens all the time at these meetings. Someone sets a coffee down by their folding chair, starts having a conversation, and then kicks it over a couple minutes later and has to clean it up. But I was holding my coffee. In fact, I was probably the second person at the meeting, and nobody else was sitting near me. I asked my new friend, even though he was drinking coffee out of a Starbucks paper cup, it wasn't his or his friend's. We looked around. Nobody had even noticed. Nobody came later to claim the cup or to help us clean it up, and the cup was still intact even though it sounded like it fell from a height. I know that there was no coffee there when we started talking, and my foot did not actually knock the coffee over. It felt like someone had thrown a hot cup of coffee towards us, or that it had materialized about a foot above the ground, because it didn't just fall over. It bounced. Coffee spilled, but it wasn't this big splash at all, which didn't match the jarring sound that it made. I checked my brand new white sneakers that I was wearing for the first time that night, figuring that at least the laces would be covered in coffee. And not a drop. A large cup of coffee falls out of the sky 2 inches from my new shoes, and I didn't get a drop on my sneakers or pants. We were both completely dumbfounded. A minute or two later, the meeting started and we sat down. We both knew something strange had happened, and we were the only ones to witness it. My wife at the time had a problem which became my problem on a fairly regular basis back in 2019. She would lose things, and then she would ask for my help in finding them. And she would get very upset and often accuse me of hiding things from her. She's messy and I'm neat, but when I organized, I always remember where I put things. And that's kind of the point, besides liking the look of things being neat, sparse, and orderly without being neurotic or demanding about it. It's just that when things are in chaos, that feels like a reflection of an inner state of mind. I didn't enjoy picking up after her, but it was better than the alternative of always living in a messy house and tripping over random shoes in the hall. So, conflict arose in this way. She would often lose her phone and her keys as well, and often boil over at me, which I thought was unfair. One time we found her phone in the freezer. Another time it was in a rarely used drawer in the kitchen. I chalked it up to her just being overwhelmed, and I tried to help, but helping someone who is unfairly annoyed with you and accusatory find their phone several times a day can become a bit tedious. One Sunday morning, she was heading to the store for groceries. She'd found a novel solution for the keys in one of those key holders with 4 hooks by the door. She swore that her keys were on the holder, but when she went to head to the market, they were gone. She, of course, enlisted my help, and we looked all over for her keys for about 15 minutes. By this point, she was pretty worked up, but wasn't taking it out on me yet. We split up and continued to look all over again. In the couch cushions, the bathroom, kitchen cabinets, drawers, bedside tables, pants pockets, under the bed, in the doorknob. We met back at the front door and we both looked up simultaneously, and the keys are there on one of the hooks of the key holder by the door, where she had left them. Not under a jacket or anything. Nothing else was even on any of the hooks. We looked at each other in disbelief. I've had a lot of paranormal experiences as well, and maybe I'll write them down at some point, but I want to add this last little story here because it happened not long after the keys glitch, and it might be related. My ex-wife is a middle school teacher, and being such, she had to get up very early in the morning, around 5:30 a.m., to get ready. So, quite often I would be up watching TV after she had gone to bed. A friend had given me some Palo Santo incense for my birthday a while back, and I was burning some on the middle of the mantle, as was my habit at the time. I really like the way it smells. It doesn't come in a cone or a stick, it's just a little piece of wood that you burn. It wasn't sitting on an incense holder, but I was keeping a close eye on it, making sure to not burn the mantle. I was about to turn in for the night, and I got up to grab it off the mantle. It was a single stick, about 1 inch tall and 1/4 inch wide, only partially burned and still glowing. A little stick can burn for hours, so I get up off of the sofa, and as I do, the Palo Santo comes flying off the mantle, spinning end over end, like someone flicked it, and it went in this perfect little arc, landing on the hardwood floor. I picked it up, took it to the kitchen, and extinguished it under the faucet. It felt like a message from some invisible entity, letting me know that at any time it could burn down the house, if it felt like it. But I wasn't scared, and I don't know why. I took it very matter-of-factly, and I didn't lose any sleep over it. I didn't react at all. And though I've had many paranormal-type experiences, I've never actually seen a ghost or seen an object, apart from a Ouija board planchet, move on its own. But that's another story. Perhaps I'll tell it another time. Hi everyone. Now, this was a really strange experience that I'm going to call the glitch of the dead, or a glitch of a memory. I don't know what happened, but I will try my best to explain it. It feels like it was yesterday that it happened. Now, I'm going to keep the people involved anonymous here for their respect, but I shall call myself Emily, my sister Charlotte, and my dad Tim. So it was me, my dad Tim, and my sister Charlotte. We were only 8 or 9 years old when this happened, but I remember this so well. Every detail about it. We were all walking to go get some chips from the chip shop. As we're walking around these back streets, we're all laughing and enjoying our walk. As children, our dad was an amazing father. And as we're all enjoying ourselves walking and laughing, my dad's face turns serious. I said, "Dad, what's wrong?" And he responds with, "That's impossible." I said, "What is it?" And he said, "That guy, he's one of my friends, but it makes no sense." He said this before we go to get some chips, we need to follow him. I don't understand what's going on. My dad, Tim, was so confused, and I was confused as to what was happening. And I said, "Dad, what is wrong?" My dad responded with, "You see, that guy that we're following, he's my friend, but he died years ago." I was shocked. And I remember thinking, how is this guy walking in front of us? It was like he was not dead. He was obviously alive. I remember him wearing a white and red shirt, blue jeans. He had light brown hair and brown eyes. I remember his facial features, everything about this guy. I remember it so well. And this guy was walking, not floating, how you would expect a spirit to walk. His feet were touching the ground. And he was walking like he was not dead. He was walking pretty fast, and we were walking fast to keep up with him. My dad shouted his friend's name, and the guy turned around to look at him. Then, all of a sudden, this guy starts to run. So my dad says, "Girls, come on." And we started running after him. As we're running, I remember feeling this strange feeling that I can't even explain. It was like the air was static. Like it was a dream and it wasn't real, but it was very real, and it was happening right in front of my eyes. As we're running trying to catch up to him, he runs around the corner. We ran around the same corner and we could still see him running, and then he turned a second corner. We ran after him, around that same corner that he had run around, and it was a dead end. He was nowhere to be seen, just vanished. Gone. We checked the area to see if he was hiding somewhere, but there was nothing. It was like he just disappeared without a trace. My dad, Tim, said, "Come on, girls, let's go." He was very confused. He kept saying, "How is it possible? He died years ago." I don't understand how he was really there running. It makes no sense. Even I myself was very confused. It was very real, and we were definitely chasing him. My dad just wanted to see how he was, and he wanted to say hi to him, or say that he thought he was dead. It makes no sense what happened here. It was like a glitch of a memory or the dead had happened. It was not like seeing a spirit, as I've seen them before. I understand most don't believe in things like this, but I have seen them, and I never see them walk on the ground. I often wondered, did he fake his own death? But it's impossible. He really did die, and we never saw him again after that. It was the only time we experienced anything like that. I'm not really sure what happened here. It is definitely a mystery to me, and I'm not really sure if anyone out there has experienced something like this. But I'd love to hear about it if they have. I also love hearing all your different stories. I'm new here, but I've had many experiences. Some I'm okay to talk about, some I'm scared to even say what happened. I don't want to sound crazy, but some of the experiences that I have are very real, and I have no explanation for them. All I know is that we live in an amazing world with so much mystery. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your stories. I love hearing them. The more I think about this, the more I think it's strange. This happened during COVID in Melbourne, where we had strict rules, and my workplace had us taking rapid tests intense before we started the shift. So I start work at 2 p.m., and I leave usually just after 1. This particular day, I had done my errands before work, made dinner for the family, done laundry, etc. I had some lunch around 12, and then I jumped on the PlayStation to see if I could do the next mission of the game that I was playing. It gets to around 1. I clearly remember seeing 12:53. Well, crap, I better get ready. I have a shower and get dressed and leave for work. I listen to the 1:30 news on the radio while on the drive to work. It's all regular, nothing out of the ordinary. I arrive for work, and it seems oddly quiet. I found a car parked downstairs, which is uncommon, and there's no line for the tent to do the rapid test. Even the ladies running look surprised that I have arrived there for some reason, and said something like, "Back again?" Which I took as, yeah, for another day. I went in the tent and have to wait for 10 minutes for the test results, and a furious storm comes out of nowhere. It was so windy and raining so hard. I just looked at my phone, and it said 2:47. I was thinking, it can't be. My phone has to be glitching out. I finish up the test and go to clock into work, and yeah, it was nearly 3 p.m. I was baffled. How did I do this? I never lose track of time, and yet the weirdest thing was that no one asked me once why I was late or what I was doing for that first hour of my day. I still to this day think about how I lost an hour. Two years ago, I made the move to another town, approximately 2.5 to 3 hours away from my hometown, which, by the way, I'd always lived in up until this move. I moved because myself and my husband had bought a nice quirky coastal hotel that we began running ourselves. Anyway, at this point, I had noted that the past year or so I had put on a few pounds, thanks to lockdowns, and I was feeling generally unfit and a bit frumpy. For context, I'd always naturally been a healthy size and felt generally healthy, previous to this. So the fact that I was feeling frumpy just lately was bothering me. So, me and my eldest daughter decided that we would join a local gym in our new town. I had never joined a gym before, nor ever done any sort of workout in any sort of way. Hence, I mentioned before that I'd never been unhealthy or overweight, to the point that I ever felt I needed to join a gym. You can say that I just had never had any sort of interest in fitness at all previous to this. We were recommended a few local gyms by the locals of the town. However, one certain gym sounded like our most desired option, in particular for the fact that it was an independent gym. For those of you who don't understand what this means, it means it was a line gym, so it wasn't a chain of gyms across the country or globe. It was literally just one of its kind and independently ran. We liked this idea of supporting independent businesses, as we understand how challenging it can be with us running our own independent hotel. Anyway, me and my daughter popped into this gym on an off chance that we may be able to get some information and possibly even sign up there and then. To our luck, we were. We sat and spoke to a PA there who went through all the ins and outs of all the different equipment and such, and then it came to us signing up for a year's membership. My daughter went ahead and gave all of her information, had her photo taken by them, and was uploaded into their system. Next, it was my turn. However, once the lady had started taking my details, to her surprise and even more my own surprise, She turned to the screen and looked at me and said, "You're already a member." I said, "What? No way. This must be some kind of mistake. I literally just moved here and I've never, ever joined a gym in my life." At this point, I began to think that maybe someone just happened to have the same name as me, but then what happened sent chills down my spine. She turned the computer screen around to me to show me that I was indeed already a member of this independent gym, and had been for around 3 years. And there was a photo ID of me. In this photo, I had multicolored pastel hair, which I no longer had now, but I did have 3 years prior. There was no doubt that this was 100% me in that photo, and with my details. I proceeded to tell the woman that there was no way that this could be possible. She was just as confused as me. I actually only went to that gym twice before never returning again, as it just didn't feel right when I was there. I couldn't put my finger on it. I've recently been thinking about this event, which was a year ago now, and have considered going back to that gym and pressing them for more information on that membership of me from those few years ago. But I don't want to seem like some kind of weirdo. It's strange as hell, and I guess I'll never know. Some could say that it may have been identity theft. However, I've pondered this, and thought if someone was to do that, they would have had to have gone into the gym for an induction, and the gym would have had to have gotten information from them to sign them up, and taken their photo there. And then for an ID badge, and plus, this person would have had to have paid a sum of money to join. So, it's not like it could have been some kind of prank. And anyways, why would anyone do that? And why would anyone be able to assume that I would ever join a gym, let alone that one in particular? Plus, I knew nobody in this town as I was new. It was all just weird as hell. Okay, so before this starts, I just want to say that while I do have a heavy obsession with simulation theory, and because of that, a lot of you might think that I'm making this up. But I swear what I experienced happened more than once. It happened for the first time 2 weeks ago. I had just gotten home from work after having a pretty rough day. I decided to text my friend John to see if he wanted to go to the bar and grab a few drinks. After a minute or two, he responded with, "Sure, let me just take out the trash and I'll come scoop you up in my car." So I told him, "Sweet, I'll be outside." After about 10 minutes, I see John's car pulling up. I get up from the bench that I was sitting on and hop in. "How have you been, man? It's been a while since we grabbed a drink," John asked me. I said, "Yeah, it's been good," and told him that work was killing me. "All good, man. Let's go get wasted. That'll help." Exactly my thinking. I've been needing a drink for quite a while, but haven't had the days off afterwards to drink the amount that I, quote, unquote, needed to help my situation. I was aiming to get blackout drunk. When we get to the bar after about a 5-minute car ride, we get out and head in and go sit at a table rather than the bar. We usually did this when we wanted to get a bunch of wings as well as beer, which this time we did. After ordering, I realized that I left my wallet at home. John said it was fine and just to PayPal my half to him, and to go grab his wallet from the car. He tosses me his keys, and I trot outside to the car, grab the wallet, and head back in. As I head to our table, I noticed that John wasn't there. Thought maybe he got up to use the bathroom. I sat down and the waitress brought me my first round. This place doesn't usually card regulars, i.e. me, after they get carded the first few times, so not having my wallet didn't matter for the drinks. As I sat and finished my first beer, John still hadn't returned. And after a few more minutes, my plate of wings and a second round came for my table. But the odd thing is, the wings John ordered, nor his beers, never arrived. I asked the waitress where my friend's drinks and food were, and she looked at me confused. "There was no one else at the table when you ordered, sir." "What? That's impossible. He was sitting right across from me." "I don't know what to tell you, mister. There wasn't anyone else here when you ordered," she replied. I grabbed my phone off the table and texted John asking where he was. No answer. After about 3 to 4 minutes of this, I gave him a call. It went to voicemail. I called 5 more times before he finally picked up. "Hey man, sorry, I just got your texts. Service has been weird all day. I just got to your house. You coming out?" "What? Dude, you picked me up like half an hour ago, and we already ordered. Did you go back to my apartment?" Then there was just silence on the other end. "Hello? What?" And then the line cut off. I called again, but there was no answer. I called 2 or 3 more times, and nothing. I got up from the table and sprinted outside, and John's car was gone. That's not possible, I thought. I went back in and checked the bathrooms, but nothing. There was no way if he was in the bathroom that he walked past me and out to the front door without me seeing him. Even if he managed to, why would he? Especially without telling me that he was leaving. I went back outside to call an Uber and wait for it. I was going to take it to John's house to see if he was all right, but just as I opened the front door to the bar, I see John's car sitting right where he parked it, about 40 minutes prior. He wasn't in it, though. I turn around and there he is, sitting at the table, eating his wings and sipping a Coors Light. I walk up to him and instantly get mad at him. "Dude, what the hell? I've been looking for you for almost an hour. Where have you been?" "Huh? I've been here waiting for you to get out of the bathroom. You were in there a long time. Are you okay?" He replied. "What? But I wasn't..." I stopped mid-sentence. You know what? Never mind. Like I said, it's been rough lately. I sat down and enjoyed my wings and beer, or at least tried to. All the while I could feel John's eyes constantly fixed on me in a weird state of confusion. After he dropped me off at home, a quiet car ride the whole way, I got on my computer and looked up some articles on simulation theory that I hadn't read in a while. And the more I read, the more that I thought I had just experienced some sort of glitch in the Matrix. Since then, me and John have gone to the bar and got wings on 2 separate occasions. And both times, the same thing seems to occur. We order, something causes one of us to get up from the table, John is gone in both instances, and then he comes back 40 minutes later. Like nothing ever happened. He usually says I should lay off the wings if it keeps putting me in the bathroom for that long. So, I don't know if what I'm experiencing actually is a glitch in the Matrix, but what I do know is that it definitely is not normal. I'd like to say that I have a routine. Or, well, a type of routine, I guess. It involves the same things daily, but the difference is that I go to different shops. It's the same 6 to 7 shops that I have rotating every week. The music store, the comic shop, a local artisanal bakery, among other things. So, my normal day goes like this. I wake up and do the normal things in the morning before work. I go to work, finish work, come home, change out of my work clothes, and then I head out again to go shop for a few things. I know how it sounds, spending money like that every day, but I honestly only buy a snack at the bakery or something on sale at the comic or music shop. It's rarely ever me getting a buttload of stuff at every store, unless a stimulus check comes in again like last time, and then I proceeded to buy 25 comics and a stack of vinyls. Today was no different. I got home, checked out of my work clothes, and headed out. Today I was going to buy a few frames for my vinyls at the music shop. I had a few records that I didn't really listen to but cherished for nostalgia reasons, and I wanted to preserve and show them off to people when they came over. I hop back into my car, and I take off. After about a 6-minute drive into town, I reached the music shop. I can't deny that I get excited during these moments, knowing that I'm adding something, no matter how small, to change up the scenery around me at home. It kind of feels like a new chapter each time. As I walked into the music shop, the familiar strong smell of incense in the stale air, I said, "Hey," to Greg, the owner of the shop, and a good friend. "What's up, man? Back so soon?" Greg said. "Can't get enough, you know that." And that was pretty much the interaction I had each time I walked into Greg's shop. I head to the back of the store where the accessories are, and grab a few of the frames on the shelf and head to the front. "Just this, good sir," I said. "Gotcha, my guy." "Wait, you need more already?" He commented. "What do you mean? The frames? This is my first set that I'll be using," I replied. "Did something happen to the ones from before?" "What? What ones from before?" "The ones that you bought yesterday," Greg said. "But I didn't." I stopped. I hadn't gone to Greg's yesterday. And like I said before, I keep my shop routine on rotation all week. Yesterday was the comic shop and the bakery. Monday was the grocery store and the cafe. I hadn't been to Greg's since at least Sunday. I haven't been in here in a few days, and I didn't buy frames then. I didn't buy anything, actually, just looked around. "Oh, my mistake then," he said. He rang me up and I walked out as confused as I've ever been in my entire life. I decided to head to the cafe. It was originally going to be the bakery, but I really needed a coffee after that interaction. I drove to the cafe and got out of the car and trotted over to the glass door in the front. As I opened the door and looked around to see how many people were there, I noticed someone standing in line that didn't make sense at all. Whoever this was looked exactly like me. And I mean identical. They were even wearing the exact Marvel sweater that I have in my closet at home. I was so taken aback that I didn't notice I was just fully blocking the doorway to the shop. I step in, still staring at the man with my face and clothes. The barista, Emily, another friend of mine, called out to me asking if I'd have the regular. It snapped me out of my trance. I looked over at her and said, "Huh? Oh, yeah. Sure, 2 shots of espresso this time around." "Oh, feeling adventurous. Coming right up, Chief." The man with my face must have overheard mine and its name being called, because when I looked back to where he was staring right at me, completely horrified, like I was. Another 10 seconds of staring, and my name is called again. I look over to see Emily with my coffee in hand, holding it out. I walk over and give her cash and tell her to keep the change, turning around before she can say anything. As I turned around, I noticed that the man was no longer there. Maybe he slipped out while I was grabbing my coffee. I turned back around and asked Emily if she saw anyone who looked like me today. She said she thought she saw me walk in about 3 minutes before I ended up ordering, but she didn't see me slip back out. I walked out of the cafe. Nothing, nobody with my features or my car or anything nearby. So, is that what Greg saw yesterday? Was it another version of me? As of the time of writing this, it's been 4 days since I saw my doppelganger, or whatever that was. I never saw anyone that looked like me after that, nor did Greg or any of the other shopkeepers say they saw me buying things when I wasn't. If any of you know anything about what I just experienced, or experienced something similar, please let me know. Because I'm kind of freaking out. I just want to say that I found your podcast a few months ago and I can't stop listening. Thank you for telling these stories and giving people a place to connect. And keep up the good work, Raven. Thank you. I'm not really sure what category this would fall into, as I don't know what really happened. I've also never told anyone, so I'm going to try my best to get this out in a coherent manner. Here's some backstory. I worked at a restaurant back in 2004, when I was about 19. It was 25 minutes away from my house, which was in another town. Now, I live in a smallish town in southeast Texas, so it's not uncommon to work in one and live in another adjacent town. This being the case, there was really only one way there and back, so I drove in the same dark stretch of road every night. Also noteworthy is the fact that this is a road between two small towns, and it was late. So it wasn't very common to see other cars at this time, though it did happen. This particular night, I was leaving work as usual after hanging out for a while after my shift. It's a server thing. We never go home right after work. I was completely sober, not overly tired as I hadn't even worked a double shift that day, and overall I felt pretty clear-headed, even though it was around 11 p.m. I was a bit of a night owl back then, and now I do have to admit that I drove this exact stretch of road for years, and sometimes I would zone out for lack of a better term. I wasn't unsafe. It's just like, you know when you're driving and then realize, wow, I don't remember driving for a second. Yeah, it's pretty unsafe, I guess, but I don't know how else to explain it. Regardless, I know that I hadn't zoned out this time. I'm very aware of my actions before and after what I'm about to tell you. Anyway, I'm in the middle of the only large curve this road has between the restaurant and the entrance to my neighborhood. It's an otherwise pretty straight shot, except this curve that goes to the right. I remember looking down to change the radio station. I know, keep my eyes on the road, especially during a curve, when I had this overwhelming feeling to look to my left, out the window. Remember, my car is leaning right, I'm going towards the right in this curve. It was such a fleeting feeling, but at the same time, it felt like time had slowed down, if that makes sense. Mind you, this is a dark stretch of road, with nothing but trees on the left side, and I knew this. I've driven it hundreds of times. I know that I can't see anything to my left on this part of the road specifically, aside from moonlight-type shadows. So, almost as if involuntarily, I turned my head to the left. And there was me, just there in the road, right next to my driver's side window. In the moment, it was so fast. I mean, let's be honest, there are no other cars, I'm trying to get home. Yeah, I was definitely speeding. But time seemed to slow down for a split second. Like I was watching a scene somehow. I was there next to my window and time stopped for a second, or at least thinking back about it, it felt like it had. the other me was there looking right at me. No expression, no nothing. The scariest part to me was that she was wearing exactly what I had on that day, right down to my server apron that I still hadn't taken off. Had the same clothes, the same hair, the same black-rimmed glasses. I don't mean that I was seeing my reflection in the window. I mean there was a person who looked exactly like me, standing in the road, facing my car, looking down into my window. Like, my reflection would have shown my hand on the wheel, but hers were down by her side. Trust me, for a long time, I tried to convince myself that I was just seeing my reflection. It felt like an eternity that I was locked eyes with her, or me, but it was literally a fraction of a second. Like I said, I was definitely speeding, and I didn't hit the brakes when this happened. It was just as fast as any other time you look to the left or right while driving. Now, as I mentioned, there aren't many other cars on the road this late at night. But just as I looked back towards the road, very, very shaken I might add, there was a car coming my way in the curve. Yes, I'm still in the curve. That's how fast all this happened. This car had crossed over the middle turn lane and was drifting into my lane. I had looked up at the exact right time to be able to swerve out of its way, while it continued across the double lines and then correcting itself after I was past it. So, was this me warning myself? Was I seeing a me from a different timeline, possibly after crashing with the other car? Almost 20 years have passed, and I cannot get this out of my head. Did I die that night and jump into another timeline? I got married and had kids not long after this happened, and I don't live near either town anymore. I haven't driven that stretch of road in almost 17 years now, and honestly it scares me a little bit to think about it now. I had no idea what glitches or any of this was back then, and the more I go down these rabbit holes, the more that night is just a mystery to me. So, if anyone has an idea, feel free. Also, like I said, I've never told anyone or written this out, so if I left anything out, I apologize, and I hope it's not too confusing. But, thank you for reading. Hello, Raven. I've been listening for a long while, and my favorite of your topics are the glitch stories. While I do believe in quite a lot of out-there topics, living in a simulation is not one that I wholeheartedly embrace. That said, I've had a few small things happen that make me go, and one big experience that I'm going to share today. My husband and I are in our mid-50s, living in the upper Midwest. I'm retired, which allows me time to pursue my hobbies, one of which is dog training. In spring of 2020, I adopted a puppy with the goal of training him in obedience and agility. He was a 4-month-old, wiggly, red fur ball of joy. I named him Rufus. We bonded instantly. I loved this dog to his core, and it was easy to see that he loved me too. One of the teachers at his school joked that she could see the hearts floating out of his eyes as he intently watched me during our practice. For 2 years, everything went fine. This incident occurred in the early part of 2023. It was mid-morning. Rufus indicated that he needed to go outside. This happens, as you can imagine, 100 times a day. He goes out, does his thing, barks at something, and then he's right back on the deck wanting into the house. Except this day. Before I continue, let me describe a couple of things. The back door is a double French door into the living room, so it provides a nice view of the entire fenced-in yard. The door opens onto a very small deck, which sits about 2 feet off of the ground. The deck and the steps down to our yard are completely enclosed so that our smaller dogs cannot go under and dig. The yard itself is large. The fence runs from our house, about 70 feet across most of the yard's width, and then back up to the other end of the house. Beyond the fence line on all sides, our property continues. The fenced-in portion is strictly a big grassy area for the dogs to run around in. There is one tree inside the fence that is too narrow for any dog to hide behind. I do have a perennial flower bed that the dogs can disappear within the summer, but on this day, we still had snow, and no plants had yet sprouted. There was literally nowhere for a dog to hide. Since this day was very cold, I didn't go far from the door, knowing that Rufus would want back in quickly. I stayed in the living room, petting one of my older dogs. After 2-3 minutes, Rufus had not yet returned to the door, so I stepped outside onto the deck. Rufus was nowhere in sight. This was odd. As I said, there's nowhere for a dog to hide, especially at his size. He weighed about 65 pounds. He had no history of jumping fences. I called his name, which should have brought him into sight, even if he did jump the fence, as Rufus had great recall. No dog. Because it was winter, I could see through the trees that surrounded our property into the neighbor's yard on either side of mine, and because Rufus was a big red dog, he stood out among the endless white snow. No dog. Not quite panicking, I thought he had to have jumped the fence and made it past the neighbors' houses. I ran through the house to the front door, half expecting to see him on the porch, but he wasn't there. I ran down our driveway hollering his name, looking up and down the road. He should have responded by now. I should have caught a glimpse of him somewhere. He hadn't been outside long enough to get very far, even if he did jump the fence. Now, I was worried. I decided to cruise the neighborhood for him, so I ran back into the house to get my keys. Just as I found my purse and was scrambling for my keys, I heard a very high-pitched squeal from the backyard. I froze. Another squeal and then a bark. Rufus's bark. I ran back to the living room to see my dog outside on the deck, jumping straight up and barking in a frenzy. Under normal circumstances, Rufus will stand at the door and give a bark. I open the door and he just trots inside. He is never left alone outside long enough to cause him to get overexcited like that. The way he was jumping and barking was the way he acts when he's been separated from me for a few hours. I opened the door, and Rufus jumped on me, something he is definitely trained not to do, barking, wiggling, whining as if I'd left him alone for hours, not just a few minutes. I could not, and still cannot, figure out where he went that day. He was most definitely not in our yard. I walked the fence looking for escape routes and prints beyond the fence to prove that he had jumped over. There were none. My dog literally just vanished for a few minutes that day. The scariest part of the story began a few days later, when my sweet dog attacked one of our small dogs, without provocation. The other dog wasn't injured, and it was assumed to be a one-off and we would move on, but no. Rufus underwent a definite personality change after that incident. He became exceptionally aggressive. It escalated rapidly, and attacks on our other dogs would occur with no rhyme or reason. Ultimately, one early morning, Rufus attacked me in a violent and unexpected fit of aggression. The act sent me to the hospital, and my beloved boy was put to sleep. Our vet said that Rufus had a previously undiagnosed brain lesion that caused the extreme change in personality. I agreed, but Silently wondered what really happened the day that he disappeared and reappeared. Where did he go? What did he experience? And was that event the cause for something to go so very wrong in his brain? On August 28th, 2021, right after 12 a.m., I was in a horrible motorcycle crash. Things get blurry, but I think I was meant to die. Or did. I ended up going to a big motorcycle event with some coworkers, as I worked in the industry of bikes then. I left the place, and it's in a city. I'm a bit unfamiliar with the area. Some pretense. Leading up to this, I kept seeing the number 666 everywhere. Obviously, you say this to someone and you sound crazy. My best friend, let's call her Tay, was riding with me prior, and we saw multiple license plates, including a semi, with the 3-digit plate 666. It was enough for her to be like, okay, that's weird. Well, back to that night. I was going home, feeling good and enjoying my G310 after its first service. Things just went black. It's odd. One second you're here, and the next I was consciousness in like a black void. More like a bubble. It felt like I was floating, almost like in water, but no resistance. I felt true peace. I can't even put it into words. Imagine you have the best sleep ever, but times literally 1,000. I heard distant screams from a woman, and felt like time passed almost, and then sirens from far. Then sirens and walkie-talkies closer. Much closer. During this time, it was like I had very little knowledge, or couldn't talk. Just like what happened, but almost like I was a tiny child with no concept of the world or anything. All of a sudden, it feels like my life was tied to a freaking A-10 jet by a really long string, and it flew over and ripped me back to life at 1,000,000 miles an hour. The movies get it eerily right, put things together eventually, and they hit me with adrenaline in my thigh. It caused a massive boil-like blood sac thing that popped in the hospital. Well, I broke my pelvis straight in half and my wrist. Before surgery, I was in and out of consciousness. The only dreams I could remember, I walked into this giant beautiful forest, but it was more like a garden. It was my ex there, naked in a huge hot spring. She was, yeah, but damn, she was hot. Except it wasn't her. And she had black eyes and a very not normal voice. It said to me, "You know who I am? Do you know how I look?" This was followed up by another dream where I enter the forest and garden again, and I remember it saying, "Welcome back." All this trips me out more because once I was out of the hospital weeks later, and trying to put things together, I found the intersection online. There's a pizza joint there, and on Google Maps it's there with a sign that has 666 in the phone number. The intersection was 666 South Word Avenue. The area had some crazy Satan Latin gang there. It all just blows my mind. The dreams messed me up, but then more so after I put the pieces together. Add in seeing this number prior, I also found a picture of my mileage. I took one right before I left the event, because I was at 1,111 miles. I might be cursed, on the devil's hit list, or maybe just his bastard. The OP added an edit. For clarification, I became conscious on the ground when they hit me with the adrenaline pen. Also, the time between the crash and the surgery was days. The OR there was always in use because people love to shoot each other here, and I managed to be close to one of the trauma hospitals when going down. For anyone wondering, PTSD has plagued me since the crash, and oftentimes that's how some of the memories come back. One of the most scarring times was at work months later, when going back to my job in the motorcycle industry, and a bike was getting moved. It looked like it was falling over on me. It wasn't, just a weird angle when I was on the knees getting its VIN. And the memory of seeing the car door inches from my face, yeah, it was bad. It came flooding back. It does get intense. I appreciate the comments and thoughts already. Seriously. Edit 2. I didn't think many people would comment, but genuinely thank you. This thing that happened to me wasn't easy, and people don't exactly understand that it's like, dude, I think I died. Also, to put more info on the crash, the SUV hit a left turn in front of me. I don't remember seeing it until the PTSD kind of came rushing in. I only remember seeing the white door in front of me inches away when that came flooding back. I also had a memory come rushing back, but I'm not sure. I hit the SUV at 30 plus miles per hour and was thrown into the air. I get a flash of my hand, well, with my riding gloves on, extended out and my face pointing towards the ground right before impact. I honestly don't know if that's my mind trying to understand what happened, or a genuine memory. It would line up with people on the scene saying that I flew stupid high in the air, and that everyone who went up to me thought I was dead. My helmet, the mouth area was so smashed, the vent piece broke off, and it literally doesn't feel solid in that area. When you grab that part, it feels just like crushing sand. When I came ripped back to life, or whatever happened, I was face down. Oddly enough, the most similar death scene that felt like a close representation, it was in the anime Tokyo Ghoul, where he basically gets in that accident in episode 1 and is just floating. It's eerily similar, to be honest. During my time at uni, me and my ex-girlfriend, just close friend at the time, had a weird glitch-like experience that always baffled us. We were in our second year of Gathering Hall Room, which was also the cafeteria/waiting area for certain things. It's usually very busy and noisy. Furthermore, there was an announcement held in this area when we were there, and during this time everyone was waiting for the announcement to happen. Me and my friend were so involved with our conversation that we kind of blocked out all the external noise and stayed invested in the convo. My friend was taking videos at the time, and she left her phone on record without realizing it. Fast forward a few minutes of our conversation, we notice that everyone is completely silent, and just looking at us. And then the announcement starts. We were so embarrassed, but we didn't notice everyone had gone silent, and it felt like we spoke for 5 to 10 seconds. Regardless, it was an embarrassing moment. Fast forward a couple of hours, we go on with our day and return to our student house. Then, my friend comes to me and tells me she has come across the most uncanny thing and can't describe how she feels. She shows me the video, and I listen to it thinking nothing of it. The video starts when she mistakenly left it on record, and it just has us invested in our discussion. And there's a lot of background noise, with people speaking in the hall, and this goes on for a few minutes. I started to get really bored. I continued watching, but kind of complained because it's a black video, camera facing the table, with just us talking in a noisy background with the occasional tapping of fingers on the table. I still watch, completely unfazed, and then my friend says, "Did you notice it?" I'm still utterly confused and ask her what. She rewinds the video and instructs me to listen at a certain point of the video. All of this segment is in the noisy hall. I watched this 10-second segment roughly 3 times, and the moment I realized what she was directing me to pay attention to, my tone changed and I felt a chill. "Everyone is quiet," she said. At this point in the video, everyone suddenly just goes radio silent, and it's as if we're being completely watched and listened to for the next 2 minutes of the video. Then, suddenly, everyone else's time unfreezes, it appears, and a friend at another table alerts us to be quiet, and the announcement begins in the video. In the video, since the silence began, my friend alerting us is the first sound, other than us talking. We spoke to our friend, and he told us that we were speaking for like a few seconds, while everyone was quiet. But then, when we showed him the video and aligned everything, he even felt confused, but disregarded it. I never knew how to take it, but the audio from the video is just so chilling. It's not some form of noise cancellation on her iPhone 7 at the time, because it was picking up all the audio for a good amount of time. It's just this brief period where everyone else is silent, and it's just us talking. It's hard to explain. I already feel like I'm missing points to explain the experience, but it is what it is. We were both fascinated and terrified of it. It was just as if the world and their souls stopped, and they decided to focus on our conversation. Hi, Raven. I just want to start by saying that I'm a huge fan of yours, and that I love listening to your stories. I've been listening for about a year now, and besides the usual sounds and bumps in the night, I just can't explain what happened a few years back. My fiancé and I have been noticing weird things happening that we just can't explain. The story being the weirdest. My fiancé has her own t-shirt business on the side of her regular 9-to-5 job, so she's usually quite busy. A few weeks ago, her grandmother requested a long-sleeve navy blue shirt that she wanted customized. My fiancé could not find the shirt in her grandma's size at the usual craft stores that she purchases from, so she had to search elsewhere. Specifically, a popular arts and crafts store here called Michael's. She ordered the shirt for pickup because there were only 2 left in store. Here's where things get weird. The day that this happened, we were at home laying on separate couches, and my fiancé had just sent me a Glitch in the Matrix video. I watched it, and proceeded to get up and lay on the same couch as her. All of a sudden, she gets a text message from Michael saying, "Your order was picked up. Thank you for shopping with us." She shows me and goes, "What the hell?" She immediately calls them, and the lady on the phone tells her that it was picked up, and that she is the one that did the transaction. My fiancé and I are very confused at this point. She told us that the lady who picked it up had the confirmation email and the barcode that had to be scanned, all on her phone. Once again, we sit there in confusion. I was the only other person besides my fiancé that even knew about the order. My fiancé asked to speak to the manager, and he says that someone indeed just picked it up and stated that they were my fiancé, and had all the information in their email to prove it as well. He said he would still give us the last shirt and check the cameras, but that the employee was not lying. We left immediately, and headed there to get the shirt and to face whatever or whoever it was on the camera. The entire time, my fiancé just keeps saying that it's impossible, and that nobody could have had that information, and how did they get it? She said that even if someone hacked my email, what are the possibilities that it's someone in the same state? We are a black lesbian couple, and my fiancé is more on the masculine side with short hair. We arrive and head to the counter where the lady we spoke with on the phone greeted us. My fiancé stated who she was, and the lady immediately said yes, and looked a little confused and said that the lady that picked up the shirt was black, about the same height and build, but that she didn't remember her facial details too much. She handed us the last shirt and told us to check out some of the really good deals that were going on. We asked to see the camera footage, but the manager explained that it would have to be turned over to the police for a theft, and then from there the police could release it to us. We walked around the store for a bit, looking at each other and trying to figure out this mystery woman. I said, what if it's a glitch? What if you have a doppelganger? Like, maybe a you from a different dimension crossed over into our world. She looked at me and freaked out and said, the shirt was $8, babe. I just don't understand it. It's weird. We left and decided that we may never know who picked up the shirt that day, or how they looked similar to my fiancée and had her email information, or why they even wanted the $8 shirt in the first place. We have since let it go, but I can't help but wonder who picked up the shirt that day. And why? Okay, so before I talk about this incident, I'm new to Reddit, and I'm not even sure if this is the right place to discuss it. This is the only time I've ever seen this happen. I've never even seen it in a movie, TV show, or book. Okay, so I am a smart person, but I've made a few mistakes in my life and ended up in a cleaner's job for a few years. I was cleaning this bar/restaurant. The restaurant opens up at 11 in the morning and the bar at 12. A group of 4 people come in, different ages and ethnicities from one another, which was quite good to see, because I rarely see white folk, especially older, socializing with people from other backgrounds. It looked out of place where I worked, but it made me happy to see it. They came in too early to sit in the restaurant for breakfast/lunch, so I thought they were going to leave, but instead, they chose to sit in a booth at the bar. This didn't bother me. I was happy to just clean around them. But this is where I can't explain what happened next. For the next 20 minutes, I was mopping the bar area. I was always within about 10 meters of them, so I could hear what they were saying. But for the next 20 straight minutes, they talked over one another, and it was loud. They were speaking clear English, but I could only make out maybe half the words every 5 seconds. Nothing made sense. I know this probably seems like nothing, but I swear. Imagine listening to 4 television sets on a high volume, side by side, next to each other. And it's constant talking. So imagine those 4 televisions are tuned to different news channels. When I was cleaning, I laughed inwardly because the situation was so strange. It sounded intense. So I didn't bother mopping the area past them, in fear that I would be too disturbing. But then I finished, got in my car, and started driving, and I absolutely scared myself witless. Because, well, I can't explain it. I think of it every now and then, and when I do, I imagine them staring at me, eyes beaming, telling me to leave. But their lips and mouths are not moving. I can just hear them telling me to leave in my head. I don't know why I always imagine this scenario. For the records, I don't take drugs or drink. I'm not and wasn't on any medications, and I also don't have any mental health problems. apart from maybe OCD. 4 different people, perfect English, all talking loudly on top of each other for 20 straight minutes. Not 5 to 10 seconds, 20 straight minutes. And nothing made any sense because all of their words collided with each other. I could only make out half the words every now and then from focusing with everything I had at the time. It was like watching a group of people trying to be people, but not quite getting it right. Can someone please tell me if they've seen or experienced this before? I can't make any sense of what happened, and honestly, I don't even know if I'm under the right section. What section would this fall under? When I told my family about it, they just laughed. I don't know if people have the capacity to imagine the situation because of having never seen anything like it before in life, TV, or in books. And I'm not even sure what I want from this. Just to get it off my chest, get it out there in the open, and see what others think. Any replies would be appreciated. And thank you. For my birthday, on Sunday, my mom wrapped a bunch of my childhood things that she found in storage over the past few months. I'm a very sentimental person, so this was an amazing gift. The most exciting thing she found was one of my troll dolls. It's an Easter troll that my grandparents gave me when I was little. He has a little white jumpsuit with colored eggs on it, and a little bunny ear headband. This little guy is extra special to me because both of my grandparents have passed. When I unwrapped it, the ears were missing. She said, "Wait, his ears aren't in there? I had them. I think I know where they are." So, then, yesterday, I went up to my parents' house to visit. I brought the troll so that I wouldn't forget to grab the bunny ears. When I took the troll out of my purse, my mom said to my dad, "Oh, where are the ears? They were on the back of the chair." They weren't there anymore. While she looked for them, I went into my childhood bedroom to look for something else. Placed right in the middle of my Care Bear desk was the bunny ear headband. I saw it as soon as I walked in my room, plain sight. So I grabbed it and went back out into the living room. When I got there, my mom said, "Here you go," and held up the bunny ears. Identical bunny ears. I was like, Mom? And held up the bunny ears that I had found. We were both like, what the hell? I only had that one Easter troll, and he only had one headband. These headbands are identical. Exactly the same in every way, except the one that she found had a broken band. I threw the broken one in the garbage. The placement of the one that I found in my room is really strange. I thought that my mom had put it there so it wouldn't get lost. There was nothing else on the desk, and she doesn't meddle in my bedroom. Every time I go up there, things are exactly the way I left them, and that headband sure as hell was not there the last time I was there. I would have put it away with my old toys. I have OCD, and everything has its place. But it gets weirder. Today, I texted my mom and asked her not to take the garbage out. I decided I wanted to keep the broken headband as proof that this happened, as it was just too weird to ignore. She responded with, "What?" I repeated myself. "I want the bunny ear headband that I threw away, so I'm going to have to dig through your garbage the next time I come up." She said, "It's on the table." To which I said, "What? I threw it away." She replied, "So you didn't take one?" And then I said, "I took one, the one that wasn't broken." To which she replied, "The one on the table isn't broken." I feel crazy. I've experienced a lot of really weird stuff in my life. I have a list of things written down. This is easily one of the weirdest things I have ever experienced. I keep trying to rationalize it, but I just can't. I only had one Easter troll doll. One. And the magic, broken twin bunny ear headband climbed out of the garbage onto the dining room table and mended itself? No. There has to be an explanation. But there freaking isn't one. Quick update from the OP. I mistakenly thought the garbage had been picked up. It had not been. It was still on the curb at the time. My dad took the liberty of digging through it and did not locate a third pair of bunny ears. So, gosh, where to start? Well, I can pinpoint the moment that this happened. I was driving to my girlfriend's house. There's one part of the road where it's a dual carriageway, except this one is odd. In the UK, we drive on the left, but the turn I have to take has a slip road on the right, which takes you to a junction where you wait for a break in the traffic, and then drive across the other carriageway. So, I'm at the front of the queue waiting for the gap. It's rush hour, so there is a long line behind me. Although I am an experienced driver, I'm keenly aware that people behind want to get home, so I'm ready to go. Seeing a gap that I think I can fit through, I gun it. Time seems to slow down. I think I hear a horn and bang and clearly smell hot antifreeze. Everything goes black for maybe a second or two. I shiver as I open my eyes, exactly like the feeling you get when someone walks on your grave, only to find myself on just the other side of the junction, driving on the road that I should be on, as if nothing has happened. I pull over and check that everything is in one piece, and it is. I take a minute or two to just calm down. I jump back in the car and then continue on my way. As I approach the garage where I normally would fill up with petrol, I look down to check my fuel. I drive a Fiat 500, and as long as I have owned it, 5 years at this point, at least in my universe, the fuel gauge is next to the tachometer on the left. It's the TFT version. I should explain that the fuel gauge and temperature gauge are displayed on the panel on either side of the digital speedometer. Fuel on the left, temp on the right. But essentially they look the same. In this universe, they're swapped over. Fuel on the right and temp on the left. Anyway, I've checked this since, as initially I thought it might have been a software update or something, but all the pics that I can find of it online are the way that it currently is. Fuel right, temp left. It's not important, just the first change that I noticed. I get to my girlfriend's house, and my tattoo-hating girlfriend, when we got together, the first thing she told me was that if I was to get a tattoo, she would leave me. This version of her has a tattoo on her wrist. It's a small dog, in honor of our dog that we lost. Other things have changed too. Her demeanor is different. Ironically, I prefer this version. She's much more easygoing and approachable, and she also dresses differently. Only little things, but it's different. The sort of thing that only a boyfriend would notice. For example, my version loved mid and long skirts. This version won't wear a skirt that comes below her knees. It's not like I don't know her. We've now been together 16 years, and at this point we had been together about 14 years. There are a bunch of other changes too. Stupid things that are no longer where they have always been kept. She always had a house phone in the hallway. It's now in the living room. I could not find a watch and some cufflinks that I knew that I had. She even helped me look for them and had me describe them. So I told her it's the set that we bought together in Jewelers 3 years ago. I even named the specific jeweler, only to be told that I was silly because we decided not to buy them. Anyway, now is the real kicker. After whatever happened to me, and I still don't fully understand it, happened about 2 years ago. Now when I think back, I can remember both buying and not buying the cufflinks. It's like I remember both versions. I can also remember taking my girlfriend to the tattooist to get the tattoo. I have a clear memory of it. But then I have memories after that where the tattoo is missing from her wrist. And believe me, I would remember. It's all just a bit muddled. My biggest concern now is going back. I am so much happier in this version of seemingly improved reality. Hi, Raven. I wanted to share something that I just experienced a few days ago. My husband and I had been doing some yard work since we actually got a break in this heat wave. We both worked together cleaning up the front yard. He mowed while I cleared out the garden beds of dead stems, leaves, and those relentless weeds. Then, as he did the edging of the driveway, I swept the sidewalk and patio. Once the front yard was finished, we made our way to the backyard. It's a bit larger, so my husband started mowing while I armed myself with the weed whacker and hedge clippers to clean up everything else. We both knew that once we got into the rhythm of our tasks, we'd be too far apart and it would be too loud to chat. And so we both put in our earbuds to at least listen to some music as we tackled the remaining yard work. Everything was going along smoothly as I trimmed the weeds around our fence, when I noticed an insect that caught my eye. As I looked at it, it appeared to have an uneven number of legs. I know that sounds like a no-brainer, the bug was just missing some legs, but it was more than that. It was as if the leg placement was asymmetrical. Imagine an oval shape that was pinched at one end. Then, on the tip of the pinched part, there was one leg on each side of the pinch, and one leg further up on the right. That's it. Now, I like insects, but I'm no entomologist, so this thing did not look like something I had seen before. So I stopped the weed whacker and bent down to get a closer look at it. While examining this little guy, out of nowhere and clear as day, I heard my husband's voice say, "What are you doing?" I jumped because between the music and the mower's roar, I hadn't expected him to be anywhere near me. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air. I whipped around, expecting to see him, but instead, there was no sign of my husband anywhere near me. Confused and a little freaked out, I hustled back around the corner to see him still mowing on the opposite end of the yard. There was no way he could have sprinted over here, said that in my ear, and pushed the mower back that far that quickly, within the brief seconds since I'd heard his voice. I stood there dumbfounded, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Then, when my husband turned around, we made eye contact, and he had a look of confusion. I just shrugged, waving my hand to say never mind, and we both continued with our work. Once we both finished, we walked our supplies to our garage, and my husband asked me why I just stopped and stared at the wall of the house. I was confused because I had done no such thing. I stopped and looked at the bug that was near the fence on the opposite side of where he was. We would not be able to see each other from where we were in those exact moments. I told him I hadn't done that, and he again looked confused, and explained that he clearly saw me do it, and that he thought to himself, "What is she doing?" This, of course, made me think of my experience as well, so I asked him if by chance he came over and asked me and then ran off. He looked at me like I was making no sense, and said no, confirming what I was thinking. I explained to him the bug that I saw and then what I witnessed, hearing his voice right next to me. We both thought that it was weird and decided to just leave it alone, but after listening to your stories for so long, I'm questioning if this was a glitch, or maybe some kind of tear in reality. Maybe that bug wasn't from here, and when I noticed it and started looking at it, I shifted realms, while he saw the other version of me just freeze and pause. And maybe the voice I heard was him from the other realm. But since I broke contact with the bug, maybe I shifted back. I don't even know if any of this makes sense, but it was such a weird experience that I cannot stop thinking about it. Has anyone else seen something like a bug or structure that looks unreal that seemed to shift their reality? I would love to hear others' experiences. At least, so I don't feel so crazy. This happened about 10 years ago, when I was 17. I was in Tampa visiting my aunt and grandma. They lived 2 turns off of a very long, fairly main road, and I always remembered this weird-looking building about halfway down the road on the left. The architecture was super specific, and it was the only building for quite a ways on either side, about 3/4 of a mile from the first turn to get to their house. It always stuck out to me as a kid as my marker that we were just around the corner. One night, I went to a concert about 1.5 to 2 hours away. My aunt let me borrow her car, and I had to pick up another girl along the way. She lived about 20 minutes from my aunt's, and I had to get on the freeway to get to her house. I picked her up, we went to the concert, and then I drove her home. I can't remember the exact time of night, but it was late enough that there were very few cars left on the roads. I believe sometime between 12 or 2 a.m. This girl lived what I would describe as the swampy suburbs. There were lots of family homes, but the roads weren't paved super well. There were no street lamps, no sidewalks, and it was windy and confusing. It was not a clearly laid out grid, and I absolutely needed my GPS to guide me in and out. A couple of minutes after I dropped her off and started my 20-minute journey back to my family's house, I noticed my phone only had 2% left. I immediately started speeding to get out of the confusing windy roads of this neighborhood before I lost my GPS. My aunt called me to ask where I was, and as I said, "I can't talk, I only have 2%, my phone died. I was in a practically pitch-black neighborhood with no sign of any main roads or any clear direction of how to get out. It felt like I was in a never-ending maze. I went down road after road, flipping U-turns in random dark driveways, hitting dead ends every other turn. I was screaming and panicking, hitting the steering wheel with my hands. I was so scared. But after 5 to 10 minutes of this, I had an insane sense of calm wash over me. In an instant, I knew it was all going to be okay, and that God, I was Christian at the time, no longer, would guide me home. I knew that there was no way that something bad was going to happen to me, and that felt like a fact. It was bizarre, like my body knew something that I didn't. The next turn that I took spit me out onto a new road. I turned right and immediately noticed the weird building by my aunt's house, literally on the corner. I turned around in the parking lot, went back down the road to their house, putting the building back on my left. I was home less than 10 minutes after I had dropped the girl off, and got back through the suburbs, when earlier that night, It took me about 20 minutes on the freeway. But here's the kicker. The next day, I wanted to see what street I had come out of the night before, and I kid you not, there was no street there. Not even close. The next street that I would have been able to turn from would have been the first to get to my family's, about 3/4 of a mile down. But when I turned onto the main drag the night before, the weird building was immediately on my right. This has always been such an insane memory of mine, and I know whoever I tell it to thinks that I must have just missed the streets somehow. But I went through every possibility and it just was not there. That, on top of it taking me significantly shorter amount of time to get home from that girl's house, especially after panicking and going down random dead ends, adding 5 to 10 minutes, plus getting home in the amount of time through a neighborhood when before I had to take the freeway to get to her house, and the inexplicable knowing that I was going to be alright, and that the literal next turn put me on the literal only landmark that I know in that area. I'm so glad that I found this sub, because this feels like the only place that would get this. I literally feel like I was transported. I have a lot of incredible stories, and I shared this on Kinetic Symphony's platform, and my husband convinced me to send it to you as well. Shout out to Kinetic. I practice shamanism and sorcery, as crazy as that sounds. I've always explained my experiences as a result of being broken via child abuse, and that's somehow creating the perfect circumstances for magic to flourish. However, as much as it seems unlikely, I'm science-minded, and I always test things using the scientific method. This story is one experience that I've yet to find a meaning to, which clearly has meaning. At some point in high school around sophomore year, I was in my angsty goth phase. I still am. And wanted nothing to do with anything that didn't align with that aesthetically. My dad used to host an auction at our family reunions for funding, and would often travel to New York to get unique items for the family to auction over. We'd hit a rough patch, and he was trying to make up for it when he came home from a trip by allowing me to first pick out of the jewelry he had purchased. I went and had a look, and was mostly disinterested, as it was all gaudy and not my style. He sent me back, and I remember selecting a Tupac chain to give to a boy I liked, who was a fan, and a Surf's Up, the movie, bracelet. He sent me back down as my selection wasn't sufficient enough for him. I begrudgingly looked again and picked out a gaudy necklace that I still have, and it has grown on me. There were a lot of replica jewelry pieces. Just as I had seen every piece, I reach down and find a necklace that doesn't fit in. It's a necklace with a bunch of small skull heads as beads, and a larger wooden skull, hand-carved as the amulet. Obviously, it was right up my alley. It had a strange carving on the back that resembled an upside-down wishbone, and had a distinct, smoky, sweet smell. I wore it every single day. I even cut the string and extended it, as it was initially a bit too small for my neck. As I wore it, strange things would happen. It seemed as if anything negative I would say would come to fruition. It happened enough to be past a coincidence, and other peers took notice. There are a lot of stories about those instances, but to save time, I'll tell the most crucial one. I was on the school bus home, and a bunch of kids were teasing me and calling me a witch. One of my friends who was younger was an atheist who defended me against the mob of kids. He asked me to tell them something that would happen to him, so I could get everyone off of my back. The assumption was that I would make an outlandish and specific prediction. It wouldn't happen, and I would then have proved that I was not a witch. I told him that he would get off the bus and trip down the steps from his show places and bust his leg on the pavement. I was strategically specific. As the ride went on, we had forgotten our conversations, being fickle teens. His stop came up. He turned to say goodbye to me, and then turned to walk down the steps of the bus. He tripped. He fell. He busted his leg. As he bent down in pain, he looked at me through the bus window. He pointed at me with terror in his eyes and screamed, "Witch!" It felt like everything was frozen, and I began to contemplate the dangers of this new power. Flash forward, it's summertime and I'm with my dad and his Christian family at Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. A young cousin around 7 is with us, and as we walk by a case designated to ancient indigenous and African relics, he tugs me and starts freaking out. I'm slightly annoyed, but I oblige as he pulls me closer to the display. In the case at this museum is the very same necklace I was wearing around my neck. It was being called an ancient healing necklace, but that's BS. I could not believe it. I felt like I was going to faint. Then I decided not to alert the adults or staff, as they may assume that I had stolen it. It was exactly the same. 2 necklaces in the case showed the front and the back of the necklace, which even bore the same wishbone-like sigil. I regret not alerting the staff because imagine the publicity it would have gotten. My dad never remembered purchasing the necklace. That would mean that my dad went to New York and received a necklace unbeknownst to him at some random time, gave it to me in Bristol, Tennessee, and then half a year later we happened to be at Ripley's at just the right time to encounter it on display, as they change their displays at random. So, do you think magic could be a gift of controlling glitches? Hello, Raven. I've been listening to your glitch stories for a while now, and as soon as I started listening, I realized that I too might have had my own glitch in the Matrix experience when I was a child. I'm now 28 years old, and I had to be about 8 when this happened, but I remember the fear and confusion as if it was yesterday. Let me start by setting the scene. I was about 8 at the time, and one of my best friends lived just a couple houses down from mine, so we would hang out often. I went over to my friend's house and we played most of the day before it was time for me to go back home. My friend's parents brought me back home, watched me enter through the front door, and then walked back towards their house. I yelled from my living room, "Hey, I'm home!" No response. We lived in a fairly large house at the time, so when I first called for my parents and got no answer, I assumed that they were in their room or maybe the office. No, not there. We had our garage converted into a game room, and if they were in there, they might not have heard me, so I go check the game room. No, not there. I go from room to room, and each one is empty, and as I slowly start to realize I can't find them anywhere, I start panicking. I start frantically calling for my parents and going from room to room in a complete frenzy. As I said, I was 8 at the time and an only child, so I quickly started to go into full panic at the thought of being there completely alone and not knowing where my parents were. I go outside to the backyard and front yard to see if they're all out there, all the while calling out for them as loudly as I could. And at this point, I'm hysterically crying. I'm quite literally screaming out of my front door saying, "Mom? Dad, please, where are you?" I finally decided that I had to call my friend's house and tell them what was going on. Cell phones weren't really a thing that everyone had back then, so there was no way to call my parents. I call my friend's parents, and through my tears, I managed to tell them that I can't find my parents. And I'm scared because I know that they wouldn't have just left knowing that I would be coming home. My friend's dad says that he'll be right over to help me, and told me to just wait right there. So I do. I'm still crying and freaking out, but patiently waiting by the front door, so that I can be there when he comes to the door. However, I was panicking and impatient, so I go outside to see if my friend's dad had arrived yet, and what do I see? My parents. They're outside talking to the friend's dad and seem to be totally relaxed and unaware of the situation. I say, "Where were you?" And my parents respond with, "What are you talking about and why are you so upset? What happened?" So I tell them that I've been searching all over for them. They have a look of complete confusion on their face as they say, "Honey, we've been here the whole time. We were in the house. We just came outside whenever we saw, insert friend's dad's name here, outside." I'm completely confused as I tell them that I had been quite literally screaming out for them and crying hysterically in the house. I tell them that I searched every single room, outside in the backyard, and in the front yard, and in the garage game room. Everywhere. All while I was yelling their names. They told me that they didn't hear a single thing, and that they were inside the whole time, only to have come out after my friend's dad rushed over. They tell me they heard me come in, and they thought that I knew they were there. I've asked my mom and dad about this now, as an adult, and it's always the same answers. We were there the whole time. They even laugh when they remember the story because they thought that it was funny that I was freaking out badly enough to call my friend's parents, all the while they were right there. This makes no sense to me at all. How could they have been in the house and not heard my cries and yelling? How is it possible that I yelled for them while searching each room of the house, and yet they claim they heard nothing? It was a large enough house, but only 4 bedrooms, and it was a single-level house. So there couldn't have been any way that they would not have heard me, and there couldn't be any way that I missed them in the house. How could they have gone outside to the front yard when my friend's dad came over? How would I have missed them when I was waiting by the front door for him to come over? None of it makes any sense at all. I've tried to come up with some explanation for this, but I have none. So, was this a glitch? A time skip? Just what? Or did they really just not hear me and I somehow didn't see them? I haven't really had any other glitch experiences, and for that I'm thankful. Because that one experience was enough for me. I've lived in the same suburb for close to 10 years now. It's a quiet place, filled with young families, retirees, and the occasional college student renting a room. My next-door neighbor, Mark, was a bit quiet, but he was the kind of neighbor that you could at least count on, at the minimum, for a friendly wave. We'd spoken a few times, nothing of real substance, just idle banter among neighbors. But I personally considered him a friend, and even if he kept to himself, I thought that he was a decent dude. He was a middle-aged guy, lived alone, and had been in the neighborhood for almost as long as I had. One summer evening, I was out mowing the lawn when Mark pulled into his driveway. He got out of his car, waved, and then said that he had to head out of town for a week. Business trip. Work was forcing him to go to an office out of the state and work with them to get some issues fixed. It was probably the most in-depth conversation that he and I had ever had. He explained that this office was way behind on numerous projects, and that he was a project manager, so he had to basically put them in their place. I wished him a safe journey, told him that I'd keep an eye on his house to make sure nothing happened, and that was that. Then a week passed. Then 2 weeks. And there was no sign of Mark. His car was still gone, his mailbox was starting to look full, and his lawn was becoming overgrown. I was a bit concerned, but I really didn't know what to do. I went and knocked on the door to see if he'd made it home, but obviously there was no answer. I checked in on the house the next day, and still no answer. That's when I started to worry a bit. Mark had said a week, not multiple weeks. And I feel like he would have mentioned it if it was going to be that long. I did contact the local police to do a potential welfare check, but they said that the house was locked and that there was no signs of anyone in distress, so there wasn't anything they could do. They suggested that it was just possible that he had to extend the trip, and basically just had to accept that as what was happening. Then, things got really weird. About 3 days after that, I went out for an evening walk, and as I passed by Mark's house, I noticed something odd. The lawn. It was perfectly manicured, like someone had just mowed it. I thought that either Mark was home or maybe a family member or friend had come over to take care of it, but it was still strange. I knocked on the door just in case, and there was still no answer. The next day I mentioned to my girlfriend that the lawn was mowed at Mark's house, and this is where all hell broke loose. The first thing she said was, "Who's Mark?" I was taken aback. Mark, our next-door neighbor, tall guy, has black hair that's usually slicked back, kind of quiet but a nice dude, drives the blue Nissan Sentra. She stared at me confused, and I motioned in the direction of his house, saying, "Mark, the guy that literally lives next door." She responded with, "I have no idea who you're talking about. That house has been empty for about a year now, since that family moved out." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Was she joking? But the look on her face told me that she was dead serious. I tried to explain who Mark was. I told her about how we had to leave for a business trip about 3 weeks ago, mentioned that the grass was starting to get overgrown, and even mentioned that I'd asked the police to do a welfare check on him, but that they couldn't do anything. She then hits me with, "Look, I don't know who Mark is, but you are the one that mowed the lawn next door. You did it yesterday. You mentioned that it was overgrown and that you were annoyed that the real estate company wasn't taking care of it, and you went over there and mowed it." This was where I really lost it in my own head. I didn't mow that grass. Or, at least, I don't remember doing it. That house belonged to Mark, but apparently Mark never lived there. And my own girlfriend, who has lived here for years, doesn't know who Mark is. Weirder still, she remembers a family that lived there with kids, and I have zero recollection of this family ever having lived there. This all happened about a year ago. The whole thing with Mark leaving and apparently leaving this existence altogether. I still have no recollection of ever mowing that grass. No recollection of being upset at a real estate company that I didn't even know owned the house. And I don't know the family that supposedly lived there. I don't know what happened. I really don't, but by the end of this, I'm worried that something happened to Mark, and it caused me to shift timelines. Is that a thing that can happen? Can something happen to another person and change the timeline that you exist in? I have 3 different stories. Let me start by saying hello YouTube and hello Raven. Your stories from other people, real or not, answer a lot of questions that I've had over the years, and I'm very thankful. Keep up the good work. By the way, this is a really cool looking website. Thank you, I try. First anomaly is when I'm at my grandma's house. She needed to move furniture, but I was messing around with the trailer, so she sent me to my room. Before that, I had my sweatshirt on, but it was the middle of the summer, so I took it off and set it outside. I go inside and take off my sweatshirt to set it down, not realizing that I literally should not even have it on. We pack some wood and crap up and head out, but I forgot my sweatshirt. So, I look all over the yard just to find nothing. I look upstairs 15 minutes later to find it, as I'm confused, so I let my mom know. She did acknowledge me, but I could tell that she wasn't paying too much attention. The second anomaly, and the weirdest, I was bored in school, so I decided to take a nap. I was about to drift into sleep, out of that half-awake, half-asleep state. But I suddenly, for I'd like to say about 1/4 of a second, was in this clear-as-day scene. I daydream a lot, and I have this certain-looking position where I tilt my head to the left or right about 35 degrees and stare blankly. It's funny because I did this, but I didn't notice I was staring at a girl. She got shy and blushed, and I noticed, and I thought it was funny because she probably thought I liked her. By the way, I didn't. Anyways, like I was saying, while I was daydreaming, I had this odd instance where I knew it was real, but I knew it was a dream of sorts. I'm religious, but I also do believe in rebirth system and alternate universes as well. I don't know how to describe this other than a future of me dying. You see, I was 29. I don't know how, but I just knew I was that age. I was in an airplane bathroom hanging from something, and I see this woman in there with me, which I'll assume is my future girlfriend. If you want to know how I know that, it's because this girl I was friends with looked identical to some older version of her. But she had a crush on me. But I was with another girl at the time, so that went nowhere. By the way, I was 12, and I'm now 14 and a half. She confessed, but she already liked somebody else because my dumb arse didn't get the 57 different hints from her, and her friend constantly gave me. Well, I'll try to keep the rest of the story short. The quote-unquote vision was me and my not-so-future girlfriend in the airplane. I was probably doing something not very PG, I'll assume, but the plane was crashing and she just mouthed, "Bye," and I died. It was really odd because only 3 periods later, after I had that freaking out in class, some kids gave me questioning stares for a while. Angela, the girl, then confessed, and I was dumbfounded because I realized how stupid I was for not getting the hints. So, long story short, I should have died at age 29, in an airplane 15 years from now, heading into what I can only guess is an ocean due to my thalassophobia. To anyone who doesn't know, that's the fear of the great deep ocean, and or bodies of water where you can't see the bottom or surrounding liquid. And my birthmark is right where my lungs are. Creepy. The third and last story, or glitch, is when I was in kindergarten and I fell asleep. This happened once, and I don't feel real. I know I'm living, but part of me thinks that I'm sleeping still somehow, and my senses and consciousness formed this world that I'm in. For all I know, everyone else in the world could be a mindless robot filled in with memories to keep me from finding out this universe's secrets. Fourth, and yes, I know I said 3 stories, but I lied. Last one. This was while I was in sleep paralysis, which, if you don't know, is when you're awake but you can't move or speak, and you have to just live it out. I was in a pitch black room for I could only describe as an entire lifetime. And I suddenly felt intense pain in my stomach, like I'd been stabbed and cut open. I woke up for real, and then I decided to go back to sleep. When I woke up, since I was sleeping in my mother's room because we had just gotten a cat for the first time, she screamed to look in the mirror, and when I did, I saw about 14 long scratches all over my chest from the cat. I just said, "Huh, that makes sense, I guess," and went on with my day. It wasn't bad enough for a doctor's visit or anything, but it still took 2 to 3 weeks to heal completely. Thank you if Raven does approve this for a video. I did. And I hope everyone else wakes up too. Hey, I love your glitch stories. I actually fall asleep to them most nights, and have been having strange dreams as a result. I love it. Anyhow, I had a glitch happen to me when I was around 8 years old. I remember laying in bed and not being able to sleep, since it was the end of summer vacation, and I now had to go to bed and wake up early for school. I'm sure that the night before the first day of school was a bummer for most kids. I tried everything from counting backwards to thinking of clouds, but nothing worked. My mind wandered, and I remembered something my dad told me about how film strips work. I'm at an age where, when I was young, we would rent a film strip projector from the library and play cartoons on the wall for special occasions. It seems silly now, but it was magical at the time. He said that film strips are really just a series of still images that flash by so fast that they appear to have motion. Kind of like when you flip through a stack of paper with sequential drawings and they suddenly animate. It was then that I had the strange idea to start blinking my eyes and looking around. It gave a real-life, sort of film projector type effect. There was just a little nightlight in my room, and I could see a bit of light from the street lamp outside of my bedroom curtains, but that was all. Almost instantly, the light outside began to grow in intensity, getting brighter and brighter. It freaked me out, but I kept blinking for some reason, even though I had pink eye at the time and it was a bit sore to do so. Soon, my entire window was glowing, as I waited for the street lamp bulb to explode or something. Now my whole room was lit up, and the only thing that stopped my blinking was a knock on my bedroom door. It was my mom telling me to get up and get ready for school. I was so confused. As I walked out of my room and saw the time on our kitchen's old-school analog clock, the arms pointed to it being 8 a.m. But I was just blinking for like 30 seconds. How did it go from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m. literally in a few blinks of an eye? My dad thinks that I just fell asleep blinking, but that would mean that I would have no memories of dreaming, and then I'd have to have been blinking still as I woke up. Sure, that's possible, but seems unlikely. Especially since having pink eye meant that a full night's sleep would have fused my eyelids together. Remember that wonderful feeling? Yikes. Anyhow, if anyone has any theories on what happened, I would love to hear it. Otherwise, I'm just going with the glitch in the Matrix theory. My glitch story started around early May of 2023. I had 2 pairs of glasses, both of a strong prescription. I have 2 others. One was prescription sunglasses and the other prescription safety glasses, and I'll bring those up later. Of the main 2, one was older than the other, and I was wearing my newer pair at the time. I went to bed late one night and I thought that I put them on my nightstand. When I got up in the afternoon, yes, I work night shifts, the newer pair was not there. I searched my room to no avail. I could not find them anywhere in my house. I wondered where my dumb butt put them, but no matter, I still had the older pair. So, I wore them for a while. Now, please understand that my prescription is very strong. I wear them almost all the time. The only time that I take them off is when I watch things on my tablet or my smartphone. Now, early July, I was sitting on my front deck watching YouTube and having a glass of wine. Only one in case anybody gets any ideas. My older glasses were by my chair. When I went inside my house, I brought my glasses with me. I put them on my kitchen countertop. I used the washroom, but when I came back, the glasses were gone. What the hell? I searched and searched everywhere for them, including between the wooden boards on my front deck, but the gaps are not wide enough for them to have fallen through. By this point, I'm flabbergasted. How in the hell did I manage to misplace 2 pairs of glasses? I only had my prescription sunglasses and prescription safety glasses. I'm a healthcare worker, so the safety glasses were handy during the pandemic. Needless to say, wearing sunglasses during the night shift was not ideal. I had to take them off while using the computer, otherwise I could not read the computer. My safety glasses were no longer necessary as the pandemic ended, plus they made me sweat. I ended up having to buy another pair. Because of my prescription, they were not cheap. And yes, I have insurance, but once you max out the coverage, they won't pay for another pair until 2 years are up. It is now mid-October, and I still have not found those 2 pairs. Losing the older pair is especially disconcerting. Maybe I'm early dementia, I am in my 50s, or I just have sometimer's disease. Haha, healthcare humor. Either way, those glasses have now gone in the same black hole in my house where my nail clippers go. But at least I got those back. I'll start off by saying that I don't believe in things like alternate realities and stuff like that. I just like coming here to try to get and give answers. I probably added some useless information that doesn't matter, and there may be some typos. So, earlier this year, my brother and I were in front of our high school waiting for our mom to pick us up. It's always the same routine. We leave the building, wait outside for 10 to 15 minutes. She comes, opens the automatic side door of the van. One of us gets in the back, one in the front. Always the same. And the way people get picked up here, there's like this loop that goes around the school. You swoop in, grab your kids, and then you leave. Our mom usually comes around when most of the other cars have already left, so it's pretty easy to spot her. And so, we're doing as we always do, waiting. And then she comes in the van, pulls around the loop, opens the side door, etc. Me and my brother are talking as we're walking up to the van, about to get in. Then, we hear, "Wrong car! Wrong car!" So, we look up, and the entire van changed. I don't know how to describe, but our van looks very round. And the moment we look up, this one's very square. The interior was gray and fabricy, which it's supposed to be black leather, with an older lady at the driver's seat, who was the one telling us it's the wrong car. We back up and apologize and act like it's no big deal, but really, what the hell? As the imposter van collects its child and leaves, I'm staring at the now empty loop and trying to comprehend what just happened. I know exactly what our van looks like coming down the loop. I know exactly what parts to look for because it looks very different from the other vehicles that come. This was her, for a minute, and then it wasn't. What? My brother tells me that he thought that was her and is now very confused, but I say something like, I don't know. I wasn't even paying attention. I was just following you. Because I was very embarrassed / weirded out at this point and didn't want to talk about it. But the fact that we both saw it is really the icing on the cake. Because my brother isn't usually the type of person to acknowledge something like this. I don't know how to describe it, but it makes it even crazier. A few minutes later, our mom shows up for real this time, but neither of us brought it up. The whole time, though, I'm just thinking, is this really her? What if it switches again and we're in the wrong car? I don't know. It was a crazy time. Hey Raven. I've been watching for a few weeks now, and after listening to a few of the Glitch in the Matrix stories, I can't forget a weird experience that I had and never shared. My living situation is weird. I usually sleep at my partner's house, and they live about 15 minutes outside of town, so I have a short drive through the town that I've lived in my whole life every night. In December of 2021, my dad caught COVID and unfortunately passed away. It was a very hard time for my family, and everything changed so fast. It felt like my life was flipped upside down. On what would have been my dad's 55th birthday, April of 2022, I remember all day thinking about him and wishing I could have seen him and talked to him one more time before he passed. He was one of my best friends, and he was a major inspiration to me. Anyways, I was on my way to my partner's house when I saw my dad's car drive the opposite way past me. He drove a lifted green Jeep Cherokee. That thing was his baby. He loved that car so much. Unfortunately, I had crashed it and totaled it a few years prior to him passing. When I saw the car, I immediately turned and ripped a U-turn. I drove criminal speeds to catch up to the Jeep. When I finally got behind it, I saw a cigar get ashed out of the window. My dad was always smoking cigars if he wasn't sleeping on the couch. I quickly drove to get on the right side of his car, and I saw my dad driving, smiling so big but not looking over at me. I rolled my window down to try to get his attention, but I couldn't. It was like he was completely unaware that I was right there trying to wave him down. I went through a roller coaster of emotions, all within a few seconds. All I wanted for months was to see my dad one last time. I went to look back at him again after checking the road, and there was no car by me. I pulled over to try and process what the hell had just happened. After sitting in my car and looking at my dad's Instagram, I just cried for a while before getting back on the road and driving to my partner's house. I've seen people who resemble my dad a few times and had to do double takes, but this was 100% him. I only told my partner after, which I received some strange looks. I've wondered if a different timeline where my dad is still alive collided with ours. Or maybe it was a ghost. I have no idea, but I've never been very into ghosts or anything. I like to think there's a logical explanation for most things, but I have no explanation. I don't know if anyone will believe this, but I know what I saw. And thank you for sharing people's experiences. So, me and my mother were watching this BBC Cycling Olympic live event program on the TV in the late evening. We were laughing and joking about how silly some of the things looked, and making our usual jokes of making up absurd situations. Like Boris going past on his Boris bicycle saying, "Hello, Chapos," before crashing. We watched and joked about the sporting event until the end, where we watched to see if Britain would win, and when we saw the final results, and as it was late at night, we turned off the TV to head to bed. The next morning we saw the same event again on TV. Now, I said something like, "Oh, I guess they're doing a non-live replay from last night for all the people who missed it." And we didn't think much of it. But then the presenter started doing a live interview. And I must stress, it was live, and marked as such on the TV screen. Okay, so we said to ourselves, maybe it's just ongoing from last night. Obviously, there are a lot of events to get through, and we were about to turn it off when we saw the cycling. Weird. Maybe it was something like the semifinals. Didn't they have that last night? As we both watched, we saw the exact same events, including all of the near misses and all of the points that we had made fun of and drew attention to with our jokes pan out in real time. My mother was shocked. "Didn't we just watch this last night?" To which I bluntly replied, yes, we did. She looked at me and I looked at her, and there was this realization that we had both already seen this entire live event beforehand. And when we checked the TV planner, this was the only one. This was live, happening now. Somehow we had both seen a preview copy of the live events on TV before it had happened. In true absurdist fashion, she replied, "If only we had placed a bet." To which I retorted, there was no way that we could have known this was going to happen in the future to have placed a bet. I'm really not sure what happened, but these are the only theories I have. 1. We saw the true live event the night prior, and the TV company are just lying about the next morning events being live, i.e., fake live. But then, where did all the prior event data go? 2. We somehow both had a precognitive vision of the future, but it's unclear how it would be shared or why it would need a TV. 3. We somehow both changed timelines to one where the cycling event was somehow delayed by a day. But then, how did the cyclist make all the exact same movements we saw before if they were in a delayed timeline? Or 4, the system, or the farm as I like to call it, bugged out and accidentally showed us an early preview that we weren't meant to see, as it was loading up for the next day's events. Whatever it was, we both saw it happen. My boyfriend and I went on a hike yesterday at St. Edward's Park in Austin, Texas. We were there for about 3 hours. We climbed to the top of the hill, and then walked back down to the very bottom of the valley. Went back up to the main path, and then back down to the parking lot. We got lost a couple of times exploring the different paths, but eventually found our way back to the main path. Pretty steep trail at a lot of points. We went into the bird sanctuary, where we saw no life. No bugs, no birds, nothing. We even sat in the dirt for a good half hour. I was worried about ants at first, but we literally saw and heard no life. On our way down, after we found our way back to the main path, we saw a couple of people walking alone. One ahead of us, going back to the parking lot. One was going up the hill away from the parking lot. It was already almost sundown at this point. It was about 6:30 p.m. The one guy going up the hill, we said hi to. So I remember what he looks like. He was an Asian guy, maybe in his early to mid-20s, wearing a gray t-shirt, thick rimmed glasses, a black backpack, and gym shorts. Nothing to it. He's maybe 10 minutes from the parking lot. Remember that he's going uphill and we're going down. We briefly stopped at the creek and sat for maybe 3 minutes, and we noticed that once again there is no life. No fish swimming, no frogs, nothing. We felt eerie about this, but summed it up to the city is destroying nature. We got to maybe 30 seconds from the parking lot when we saw the same guy coming from the parking lot. I stopped, turned around, and said, "Wait, no, what? Did we go the wrong way?" The tree line covers the parking lot even when you're basically standing at it. I'd been to this park multiple times, and I knew the parking lot was right there. My boyfriend said, "No, we're here." We got into the car and looked at each other dumbfounded, and said, "That was the guy, right? There is no possible way that he could have made it back to the parking lot before us, especially without us seeing him. Even if he was running, we're both fast walkers, he would have had to have gone by us, and the guy hadn't broken a sweat. It was about 86 Fahrenheit, that's 30 Celsius, on top of being humid, as Austin always is. On our way home, a song came on, and I said, "Oh, God, okay," and changed the song. The next song to come on was called "Okay." At this point, I'm broken, almost scared. I was freaking out about all of this for hours afterwards. I'm questioning everything. Nothing is real. What the actual hell is going on? So, this happened today, the 7th of September 2023. Leaving the dentist, I took my daughter to the pharmacy after a few errands. Once at the pharmacy, I waited in line to get to the counter. I handed over my daughter's prescription and went to sit and waited until it was ready. Once I sat down, I immediately remembered that I'd had a prescription of my own sent through to this pharmacy via email from my doctor 2 days beforehand, Tuesday, the 5th of September. But I just never got around to collecting it. The mom life. So, the mom in me thought that I should get it while I'm here, but seeing the queue that formed and knowing the process of writing my details down to verify, name, address, phone number, the lazy me kicked in and really didn't want to wait in line again and do the whole writing process. Although rather easy, I managed to convince myself that it belonged in the too hard basket at that moment, and I decided that it could wait until tomorrow. So, once satisfied with not doing what I should really do, I sat back, relaxed, and continued to wait for my daughter's prescription. It was not 20 seconds after this internal debate that the pharmacist approached the counter to read out a name. The name she said caught me off guard, as it wasn't my daughter's name, nor did anyone else move that was waiting on scripts. I know that I heard the name, but I too queried if I actually heard it correctly. The name was repeated, and it was confirmed the name that I heard the first time. It was mine. You can imagine my confusion as I approached the counter. The pharmacist asked, "Is that you?" I replied, "Well, yes, but I didn't ask for a prescription for myself." I was adamant that I didn't because I really could not be bothered with the standing again, and then waiting again and the whole writing ordeal. The pharmacist proceeded to ask me to verbally verify my address and number. Then she says, "Yep, this is for you." And I see the sticker attached to a paper bag that has all my medical details printed on it. I'm dumbfounded. Okay, I say, while I go back to my seat and think about how the hell that all happened. My daughter's script then became ready for collection a couple of minutes later. I was in the pharmacy for no more than 8 to 10 minutes at the very max. But that's really stretching it. I go to the car where my daughter is, and I cannot contain myself. I had the biggest grin and burst out to my daughter. I just had a glitch. My daughter is 22 and knows how much I love stories of glitches and Matrix happenings. She just nods in acknowledgement, not able to talk due to the extraction she just had. I get home and excitedly tell my 17-year-old, and she says, "Mom, that's mad," but is smiling, so I know she meant it as a compliment. And then, all I could think was, I cannot wait to get here and share it with you too. I'm just so content right this moment. I don't know what happened or how, but it most definitely made my day. It was either 1984 or 1985. So I was either 8 or 9, I'm not entirely sure. I had the most frightening nightmare that I've ever had in my life. Sometimes, as kids, we would share stories about our scariest nightmare. My brother and sister knew of this tale as well, which is important because there are other people who realize the impossibility of what happened about 17 or 18 years later. In the nightmare, my family was driving down a narrow highway. A weird old truck, which was driving crazy, tried to pass us, and caused our car to slide into the ditch, causing some kind of tire problem. While my dad was fixing the tire, me and my brother played catch with a baseball out in the grass. My brother threw the ball as hard as he could, and I missed the catch. The ball fell into a culvert that was sticking out of a church basement at a 45-degree angle. I began to crawl down the dark culvert to try to retrieve the ball. I looked back and my brother was just there standing and watching silently. I felt around in the darkness, and I finally found the ball. And as I looked up into the darkness, it was as though my eyes were adjusting, and I could start to see what looked like shapes of faces sewn into the walls. I quickly looked back and the culvert went black. I could suddenly hear what sounded like thousands of high-pitched screams all around me. When I awoke, the cat was on my chest, digging its claws into me, which was really strange. Maybe about 17 or 18 years later, I had some encounter with a weird manipulator, but that's another story. I remember that he ended an email to me with, "Jeepers creepers, where'd you get those peepers?" for no apparent reason. Then, one day, me and a friend were looking for a movie to rent, and I saw one called Jeepers Creepers. It reminded me of that weird, manipulative guy. For some reason, I felt compelled to watch it after that curious message went through my mind again. I haven't seen it in years, but I believe the movie starts off with someone's car being chased by a big old truck, like in my nightmare. And then there's a creepy old church that looked exactly like in my nightmare. The alarming part was the culvert that goes into the church basement at a 45-degree angle. That's a very weird coincidence. The character in the movies goes down into the dark basement, and they see face skins of victims. However, there aren't thousands of screams in that movie. The similarity was very close and quite startling. My brother and sister noticed the match to what I've told them in the past about that nightmare also, and they find it really weird too. The troubling thing is, it wasn't the only time a nearly impossible coincidence emerged. I've learned to keep these things to myself, and I've yet to make any sense out of it. Was this a glitch? Did someone else have the same nightmare and make a movie out of it? Hello. So, this experience begins with me and my now fiancé going to see some local boxing fights about an hour away in the town over from where we live. We get there, the event finishes up, and then it's nighttime when we are leaving. About 9:30 p.m. As usual, there was a lot of traffic and we got caught on a detour through a part of the town that we weren't familiar with, but luckily ended up in the area where we are familiar with. As I mentioned before, this town is an hour away from ours, and has a lot more stores and things to do than our rural town, so we do visit quite often. When we left, we made sure to stop and fill up our gas tank, and headed out onto the freeway to get back home. This is where things start happening that neither one of us can explain, and we didn't really have an explanation for it until we heard of Glitch in the Matrix experiences. So, we were driving for about 15 minutes, and all was well, until our music turns off on the radio. We didn't think much of it because the radio was not the best. So we continued driving as normal, but we're both just kind of quiet. Out of nowhere, I noticed that it seems like we are driving over the same piece of road, over and over. Which is weird because we know the road and surrounding area like the back of our hand. So we know when there is turns coming up and exits passing by. There was also no other cars driving by, which is unusual since it is a freeway that is quite busy. While at the same time, I start to notice that the gas meter is dropping super fast. Like, literally while watching it, it's just dropping a quarter of a tank by quarter tank until the gas light came on. In literally 5 minutes, the gas tank is emptied. Time is also going by super fast, which was worrying me as well. Based on the clock, it has literally been almost an hour since we hit the freeway, but we both just stayed quiet. Finally, the radio comes back on, and we're able to see the lights from the gas station that's placed right between the two towns. As I start to put the gas in, it still felt really empty. No cars in sight, and I was getting this really eerie feeling that something just didn't seem right. So, we finish up. I tell her to get home fast because it just felt scary. We make it finally, but the weird thing was that it was 12:30 a.m. when we got home, and we hit the freeway at 10 p.m. So it literally took us 2.5 hours to get home on a usual 45-minute drive. To this day, we still can't explain what happened, and I later found out that she noticed all the weird stuff happening too, but that we both wanted to stay quiet so that we didn't scare the other one. And since then, I always try to think back to what happened, but still have no explanation at all to what could have caused this. Other than maybe entering a different dimension sort of thing, or some kind of glitch or something. If you have any ideas or speculation, please let us know, because we really want to hear what you think. Firstly, I am not a skillful writer, but I will try to relate this the best that I can. I will start by saying that I have childhood memories going back to when my younger sister was born. My sister and I are born 21 months and a bit of change apart. I can remember her coming home from the hospital, making my early memories starting from before the age of 2. Anyways, I have a memory of being a baby, except through the eyes of an older man. I remember the frustration of realizing that I was unable to control the movement of my arms. My arms had no strength and would not go the way that I wanted them to go. I knew what I wanted them to do, but had a disconnect. Like using a rigged claw machine in an arcade. I recall my frustration at being a baby with an adult reasoning as a child. I'm not sure how old. About 6 or 7 years. Maybe if I had recalled this as an adult, I could have taken more information out of it, or asked myself more questions, or dwelled a little longer. The frustration was real. I was an adult male, neither a bad nor good man. Probably between 20 to 30 years old, probably closer to 20. I have no concept of race or nationality of that person. I, however, suspect that I was from an English-speaking nation. I do not know how that person's reasoning ended up in the body that eventually became mine. All I know is that eventually that spark, or reasoning, stopped. Maybe out of sheer frustration, boredom, or the horror of being trapped in a tiny, helpless body. I don't even know if that person became me later on, or my body developed its own personality. I would like to think that, because of my birth year, 1970, the Vietnam War was still in full swing, and maybe I lost my life there and somehow ended up back as a baby 4,963 kilometers away. If anyone lost someone, I'm still here, and waiting to meet you again. I have other odd happenings that I can write, if anyone is interested. I'm interested. Hi all. I don't normally post on this sub as my extent of glitch in the Matrix experiences are equal to Berenstain Bears being Berenstain, but this blew me away. I'm a teacher, and over the summer, I nanny for a family. They have a 1-year-old, and I've known his parents for many years now, about 5 to 6. I feel that this is important to mention. Every weekday morning during the summertime, I arrive at their home somewhere between 8 and 8:30. On Thursdays, his dad, Ben, random name, has a booth selling flowers at a local farmer's market. This past Thursday, so yesterday at the time of this post, and it's still bothering me, I was on my way to nanny. I turned onto the side road that eventually leads to the family's home, and I saw what I thought was Ben, the kid's father. He was driving the opposite direction towards me in the same black Nissan he takes to the market. And it was very clear to me that it was him as he passed me going the other direction, and presumably headed towards the market. I giggled to myself and wondered if he had left early, since it was only about 8:20 a.m., and he doesn't normally leave until 9. I had an internal monologue about how funny it would be to tell his wife that I had just passed him, and planned on asking if he had to leave early that day for some reason. I know this man well. I've seen him in his car many times, and I was sure it was him. However, when I arrived to their house about 3 to 5 minutes after, I was in shock to see his car there. I was even more in shock when I walked in to find him in the kitchen, prepping breakfast with his son. I swear that I had just seen him. I told him and his wife about this, and they agreed that it was weird, especially considering the rurality of their area, and the lack of anyone locally matching Ben's description or their car. Was this a glitch in the Matrix? Was I out of it or experiencing something else? I've never had this happen. So I'm not 100% certain where this would fit glitch-wise, but it still freaks me out a bit. Some background for this. My fiancé works a first job, and I work a third shift job. And this happened a couple of months ago, just to give a timeline. Our routine is normally I go to sleep when I get home, and when he gets to work, he wakes me up so that we can spend some time together before I have to go to work. Now, he tells me that he doesn't even remember this happening at all, even though I remember asking him a week after it happened, and he told me something different happened. Also, I love listening to you on YouTube while I'm at work. Keep up the awesome work. Thank you. But to the story. So, I was asleep when my fiancé came home and tried to wake me up. I distinctly remember him tickling or poking my side. I'm incredibly ticklish, and I was asleep and didn't originally know who was touching me because I was just woken up. Now, I also distinctly remember that as I woke up, because it didn't instantly register in my brain that it was my fiancé, I had swung my arm out to hit the person that had just tickled me, barely missing him, and smacking my hand off the doorway. I had swung hard enough that I managed to cut my hand slightly. Now, he didn't take offense and just shrugged it off. Not 2 hours later, after waking up and doing my routine, I had apologized to him for swinging at him. He said that it was fine and that he didn't care. Now, this is the crazy part. 2 weeks later, I had brought it back up to him and he looked at me like I was nuts. He then proceeded to tell me that what had happened was that he had only poked my side, and I just rolled over, opened my eyes, and gave him an angry look. Now, I had the mark on my hand still from how hard I swung at him. I showed him the mark on my hand, and he responded saying that he didn't see anything on my hand. I then shrugged it off because the mark wasn't as bad or noticeable as it was when it happened. I then brought the story up a week ago, and my fiancé now claims that he has never woken me up that way before. I have no idea what is going on, but it's weirded me out, and it makes me feel uncomfortable. Any ideas? Normal evening at my house. Nothing unusual about the day leading to this. I was getting ready to take an early evening shower. My bathroom is pretty small, with no hidden places or cubbies that anything can fall into or whatever. Okay, so that is the stage set. I grabbed a plain gray towel that I had hanging on a clothing rack in my bedroom. And my wife teased me a little bit about using the same towel I had used the night before. I just look at her like, whatever, and continue on. I walk into the bathroom, hang the towel on the towel rod directly across from the tub, turn around to turn on the shower and get the temps set right. My wife says again that I'm using the same towel and that it seems weird to her, so in my head, I'm going to take the towel back in for her to sniff to see that the towel is not gross. I turn back from the tub to see a completely empty towel rod. No towel, gray or otherwise. No towel on the floor beneath the towel rod. I stood and just stared at the empty space for a few moments, and then I call in my wife to verify that there is no longer a towel. She stares in silence, then walks back into the bedroom where the clothing rack that I had first grabbed said plain gray towel from is still, in fact, empty. My wife and I both started feeling very strange and almost nervous, like a very mild panic feeling. My wife then proceeded to turn our entire apartment, not a very big space honestly, upside down. Nowhere in our entire space is there any evidence of a plain gray towel. We do have another partially gray towel, but it has large black and white stripes across it, so there's no chance that I just confused a striped towel for a plain gray towel. I would have had to have been confusing it for at least a year. This gray towel was already starting to fray at the seams. It was worn in and comfy. I liked that towel. I tried to add a picture of our bathroom, and maybe I'm doing something wrong, but I can't add it to the post for some reason. It was just to show how tight the space is, to see that there really was nowhere for the towel to fall into or behind or anything. But yeah, the vanishing towel breaks my brain. My wife and I decided just to write it off as a glitch, accept the fact that we are in a simulation, and move on with life. This happened just over 20 years ago, so the details of which station have been lost to memory. I used to get the train to York, near where I grew up, from Exeter, where I went to university. Sometimes the most direct route was not possible due to the train line being washed away by floods, and I would go via London. On one occasion, even my normal route through London on the tube was disrupted, and I had to take different lines between Paddington, or Waterloo on a really bad day, and King's Cross. This was a very wet and miserable day. At this particular station, I had to change tube lines, and not being familiar with the area, I couldn't work out how to get from where I was on one platform /line/level to the one that I wanted. So I decided to exit the station completely and then re-enter, hoping to pick up the signs for where I wanted to go. Upon exiting the station, I found myself on an empty street, in warm weather. The sky a yellowish-orange color, similar to how I've seen North African cities appear on the TV. There were one or two old cars in the street, but no other person. I remember being the only person climbing the stairs to leave the station, which had been busy. I remember thinking that it was a bit odd. I re-entered the station as I intended, found the platform that I wanted, got to King's Cross, and my northbound train to York proceeded out of the station and into the dank, miserable weather that I'd had all morning. I've often thought about that day, and every so often look at the tube map and Google Maps to try to remember which station this happened at. But I can't remember, nor work it out. First time sharing this with anyone, so I'm keen to get others' thoughts on it, or information on similar experiences. I want to add a random thing here at the end of this story because I scrolled down to the comments, and I didn't get permission to read this comment, so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I am going to say that a user by the name of Not a Russian Spy Wink actually said they found themselves in quote-unquote other London a few times, and it was always when they spontaneously deviated from their usual route. I just wanted to add that apparently OP wasn't the only one to experience a glitch in this manner. So, I've been contemplating about writing this for a while, but I experienced something very strange years back, and I do think that it was a kind of glitch in the Matrix worthy of this sub. The story starts in a different country from where I currently live. Me and my bestie's parents decided to go to a really huge park known in the area. Our houses are very far from each other, so we each took very different roads to get to the park. I think I was about 15 and she was 17. So anyway, we get there, each on our own turf, and we met. I don't know why I felt like she had to know, but I decided to tell my friend about it. On our way there, from out the car window, I saw this guy. He looked to be a totally random guy just walking along the street, without a care in the world, with these Beats headphones on his head. Still, I don't know what drew me in, and I kept looking at him as we passed him by. He wasn't like the usual guy you see around this area. He looked cool, and he was dressed cool, so maybe that's why he stuck in my head. On top of that, though, it was as if no one really noticed him, because in this country, if someone looked like him, he would be eyed from head to toe. Yet, this guy was completely ignored, as if he was some sort of phantom. After I told my friend about him, she was stunned, and immediately told me that she saw almost the same guy. We couldn't be sure because we only had to rely on the physical description of him, but what she described almost certainly sounded like him. He was a cool-looking guy with beats on his head, with no care in the world. And it was as if he was ignored by the people around him. At first, it doesn't sound to be completely abnormal, but the fact that we took two completely different routes, and at different times, got me. There was no way this guy could have been in two different places at once, unless he suddenly teleported from where I was coming from to where she was coming from, with the same posture and air of confidence. So, the mystery behind this guy stayed with us, and we never found out who or what he is, or if whether our eyes deceived us, or if we just needed something weird to happen to us and we settled on this glitchy guy. This happened about 15 years ago at the... I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher this word. Staatsbibliothek? Meaning State Library, at Potsdamer Platz in Berlin. In the entrance area are rows of coin lockers for the guests, mostly students to use. You're not allowed to bring bags or jackets into the library, so everything goes into the lockers. So I pick a locker at the end of a row, and I lock up my stuff. You have to put a coin in as a deposit. I guess because of safety reasons, the keys don't have a number on them, in case they get lost or stolen, so you have to remember your locker number. I was a student at the... Again, I apologize. Free Universität back then, and wrote most of my papers at said library. Anyway, so I get back after a long day, still thinking about my work. I open my locker and there's different stuff in it, like girls' clothes, etc. I was dumbfounded, like what the hell? Before I even thought much about it, I put the coin back in, locked it, and then opened it again. Obviously, the same unexpected content. Then I checked the number of the locker, and it dawned on me. My locker was probably down one more row. So I locked the locker again, checked the last locker in the next row, and lo and behold, my stuff. So I was like, wait a minute, why does my key open another locker? That's disturbing. I go back to the first locker, and my key would not work anymore. I tried several times. I wriggled and nudged, but it would not open. Then, by chance, or rather because of the library closing soon, the girl that used this locker showed up. Long story short, I explained the situation, but she didn't really believe me, until I described the contents of her locker. So I asked to see her key. It was shaped completely different. After she left, I even put a coin in, locked it, and tried to unlock it with my key. To no avail. Anyway, it was really disturbing. It felt like I could easily unlock it, even multiple times. While I believed it was my locker, and then after the realization of the mistake, the magic was gone. Or was it really a glitch in the Matrix? I need explanations. My partner, sibling, and I were on vacation, We got there later than anticipated our first day, but we still really wanted to see the beach, even though it closed within the hour. We drove to the nearest access, hiked down the dune, and spent about 30 minutes sitting by the water. No one else was there. The waves kept getting more intense, and we decided the water was telling us it's time to leave. I looked at the time as we were getting up, 11:12 p.m. We picked up our stuff, and my sibling looked at their phone just before we began trekking back, 11:15 p.m. Now, it was a pretty lengthy and steep hike back to the dune, and my sibling has a bum leg. It took us about 5 minutes to get from the car, 10:42 when we got out, down the dune, and to the beach, 10:47 when we'd been on the beach for seconds to a minute. My partner had gone back up to their car almost immediately, and they texted me, "By the way, it's gonna take you 20 minutes to get back up," because it had taken them a while. They're also more physically fit than my sibling or myself. I didn't get the text till we were back in the car due to no signal, though. So, again, it took us 3 minutes to clean up our stuff, and it was 11:15 when we began going back. About halfway up, we had to stop and sit on a bench for at least 2 to 3 minutes to catch our breath, drink some water, cool down, and rest my sibling's leg. We weren't moving fast by any means whatsoever. We had to stop again and stand for a minute before reaching the top. We reached the top, got in the car, and the time on our phones said 11:19 p.m. The time on the car's clock said 11:26 p.m., which has purposely been 7 minutes fast for years. My sibling immediately said, "We shifted realities." And honestly, that's the only logical explanation I can come up with. There's no way we both read our phones incorrectly. They're both military time too, if that matters. So, how the hell did we make it back up in less time than it took us to get down? The OP to the story requested that I do read some of the comments in order to add some extra context. One person asked, "How long did it feel like it took you to go up?" And they responded, "At least 15 minutes, more like 20. We both made the comment that it felt like we sat on the bench for at least 5 minutes too. I was fully expecting for it to be 11:35 to 11:45 when we got back to the car. My gut's internal clock was having a toss-up between 11:47 or 11:53 as I was reaching for the door handle, anticipating the exact time. I also remember crossing my fingers that it wasn't after midnight. It seemed to take forever, and I honestly would have believed it if it had been after midnight. I was anxious that it was taking us as long as it was, and I was expecting my partner to show up any moment because we'd been gone forever. Looking back, how that walk back felt in the moment was weird as hell. It felt like time slowed way down, and we were moving so slowly. Internally, we were both fighting for our lives too, but I figured it was because we were not necessarily in shape. We both very likely have POTS, and my sibling's leg was really messed up. A dislocated knee that they deal with regularly, but had issues getting it back relocated that time, and wasn't fully mobile. I could feel every bit of blood and tissue, every vibration in my body, and I was hyper aware of my heart, the blood pumping through it, what the beats felt like deep in my chest. And then, it felt like I could follow the blood throughout my body. My head/thinking process felt weird, really fuzzy, jelly, slow, in the deepest part of my brain. But I don't know how to describe it. It was kind of like everything around me was blurred out because there was so much going on within. Like my tissues had become TV static, and focusing on them/my ability to think was the only way to keep it all together and make it. I can't speak for my siblings' experience. I'm gonna ask them more about it, though. But shortly after we sat down, we talked about how fast and hard our hearts were beating, how odd it all felt, and about how it stopped all of a sudden and seemed to be in balance again, just like that. And then we started walking again, and the pressurized, hyper-aware feeling happened again. For me, it was definitely different from being out of breath due to physical activity. And then, this time before we stopped and stood for a few seconds, it all stopped like nothing had ever been out of balance. Which is also very different from our typical experiences with physical exercise. It was just so weird. And we talked about how weird it was in the moment. I guess it could definitely just be oxygen deprivation and or blood pressure fluctuation, but it was so strange. So, this happened when I was 16. I'm 18 now. I was on a hiking trip with my dad in mid-April. Skipping the fine details about the hike, we had planned on Marcy but opted for Wright Peak due to unanticipated snow. We stayed at the Adirondack Loy, that's LOJ, 1002 Adirondack Loy Road, Lake Placid, New York, 12946. Occasionally driving up to the town on Lake Placid for food and some gear that we needed. After the pretty grueling but incredible 9-hour hike and a good little rest, we decided that we had earned a steak dinner and went to Upstairs Grill. That's 2490 Main Street, Lake Placid, New York, 12946. An okay spot, but we were so starving that we'd eat each other if we weren't careful. For some environmental context, it is cold as hell. 10 to 20 degrees cold. 10 to 11 p.m. There were impenetrable clouds blocking 100% of the natural light. A good foot of snow on the ground, and a few inches caking the thick pine trees surrounding us from all sides, pretty much everywhere. These factors combined with the utter lack of acritical light made for a complete blackout. I mean that it was uncanny. I've never seen darkness so unimaginably, incomprehensibly dark. We did this thing a few times where we would shut off the truck's engine, windows up, and then turn off our headlights. The second you did, you would get an almost overwhelming, vulnerable fight or flight response. The same response you'd get when you hear something loud in your empty house, plus the feeling of falling back in your chair. The only word for it was dread. Note, I'm not afraid of the dark, and my dad's a former Marine and active city cop. Half of his job is scrapping limbs off the ground from car crashes, and here he was, afraid of the dark. We'd, for a few seconds, just look in awe at the sheer void outside the windows/windshield before switching the headlights back on, out of panic, disguised as nervous giggles. Note that I'm not claiming this and what happened later was the work of some supernatural dark force or anything, just another eerie, unrelated thing that happened. As you can imagine, between the icy and snowy roads, the winding forest roads, and the way that you couldn't see 30 feet ahead with LED high beams, we were driving very slow. After the well-deserved dinner, we drove back to the lodge. We didn't use a GPS since it's literally like 3 turns, and we'd been back and forth 5 times. We were driving a little while, no more than 10 minutes. Note, while we were driving hella slow on the mountain roads, the town was well lit and the streets were well maintained. So we were out of there in no time, before I stopped the conversation. Yo, did we miss our turn? I think we should have gotten there by now. I don't think so. He pulled over so I could check my phone where we were. We were 10 miles from where we were supposed to turn. A half-hour car ride at the crawl that we were doing. We made it all the way up to Keene before realizing it. He checked his GPS and it was correct. Granted, we were in pretty deep conversation. Missing the turn by a few minutes made sense. But, again, we were over 30 minutes from the turn. This just didn't make sense for the both of us. He was exhausted and had a few beers, but I was 100% lucid and alert. We just couldn't make sense of it or stop talking about it. How are we here? We should not be here. We can't be here. As you can imagine, the ride back was way longer, 10 times that of the way there. Obviously, we were more attentive about our surroundings. We passed buildings, bridges, and landmarks that we both had zero recollection of. Over and over, we were turning it in our minds. Nothing odd ever happened since, and we went home the next day as planned. Well, except for this deer cryptid thing we both briefly saw way after in a different state. But wrong sub for that. You could say the combination between being spent in conversation, the darkness, and everything looking the same made us zone out or something, but I don't think so. The sheer difference in time that we both felt was simply too great to chalk it up to that. I know that it's not as bonkers as I fondled my time-traveling doppelganger in a Red Lobster parking lot during Lobster Fest, but this is the only place that I could share. P.S. Our clocks seemed accurate to everything else, and that time, according to our tech, had passed. Hi, Raven. I hope this message finds you well. I've been a long-time listener, and I've always enjoyed your readings of glitch stories. Unexpectedly, I found myself experiencing one about a year ago. Or, at least it started then. To make sense of this, I need to provide some background, so I hope this isn't too long. Several years ago, I worked at a dry cleaner's, where my now ex-partner, with whom my husband and I are still on friendly terms, also worked. We had a difficult manager whom I'll refer to as KT. Without delving into her personal issues, she was using substances that would not pass legal standards while on the job, and she drank heavily. I'm uncertain if she could function without these substances, but she was verbally abusive and would degrade anyone who angered her. If you crossed her, she would assign you tasks you weren't trained for, which, in the world of steam presses and scorching irons, that didn't always end well. She made life unbearable for both my ex and I. Fortunately, I managed a drop store, so I only had to see her twice a day, while my ex had to endure her for 8 hours, 6 days a week. One day she called me in a panic, telling me that my ex had locked himself in the bathroom crying. When I asked why, she went silent and hung up. I later learned that she had verbally berated him, and even threw hangers at him, causing him to lose his composure momentarily. After I left that job, I had to endure her randomly showing up at my new workplace, or my house, as well as constant calls and texts begging me to hang out with her. Let me assure you, we had nothing in common. We had never spent time together outside of work, and my children always came first. It didn't take me long to move and change my number, as the word no never seemed to work with her. At this point, my ex and I had split on friendly terms, and my children and I needed a safe haven. Now that I've established the kind of person she was, I can delve into the glitch. In June of 2022, my husband and I bought a house in the town where I knew KT lived. This made me extremely nervous, as the thought of running into her scared me more than I can express. To ensure that my home wasn't near hers, I decided to look her up online. That's when I discovered she had passed away in 2019. Now, please understand that I don't wish harm on anyone, regardless of the past. I did wish her the best. I contacted my ex to let him know, as he would have a full-blown panic attack if he saw a car resembling hers on the road. I understand anxiety, so I thought this information would help ease his worries. He confirmed it by finding the article himself, and my husband and my kids also saw it. The fact that she had passed away was indisputable. Until about 3 months ago. 3 months ago, I had a feeling that I associated with KT. For some reason, I decided to look her up once more. This time, the search results indicated that she had purchased a home in 2020 in a town just one over from mine. Since I frequently travel through that town, I instantly felt uneasy. I couldn't believe what I was reading. 3 months ago, she was listed as alive and well, with no mention of her passing. I felt like I was losing my mind. I began to wonder if I just dreamed of her passing, so I showed my husband, who was equally perplexed. I informed my ex, and he confirmed it by finding her online presence once again. At this point, I considered sharing this, but I never made the time, and to be honest, I didn't want to think about her. Last week, I had that familiar feeling linked to KT, so I googled her once more. As you may have guessed, the results showed that she had passed away in 2019, with the same article as the initial discovery. I scrolled through my phone because I had taken screenshots of her 2020 home purchase when the first article disappeared from the internet. I wanted proof, but, of course, the screenshots were no longer there. Now, I'm left feeling very confused, and have no idea what to make of all this. Honestly, I just wish that I had never searched her name. Hi, Raven. First, I would like to say thank you for your videos. They always help me pass the time while working, and it's much appreciated. Now, on to the story. I've been into Wicca since I was a teenager. It gave me a sense of hope and purpose, and also kept me motivated to accomplish my goals. I used to frequent a local metaphysical shop, a witch store, all throughout my teenage and currently adult years. I would go there to buy books, crystals, herbs, or whatever else I needed for spells or ritual work. After having a daughter in my adult years, I seldom visited the store as it was rather far away, but still kept up with my practices. When my daughter turned 7 and started to show an interest in crystals, I decided it would be a great time to take her to the witch store and show her what I was into. Walking into the store, you are surrounded by peaceful, serene music, a cat that wanders around the shop, and many beautiful and sacred crystals, herbs, talismans, and more. My daughter's attention was immediately focused in on the crystals and stones as soon as we entered the store. She asked me if she could pick one out. I told her to see the little tag by each stone to see what they represent and mean. I said that she can only get one as they are all in different price ranges and I don't have a big budget. I told her to pick out the one that spoke to her the most, and she ended up picking out a beautiful squared piece of moonstone. It was small and in a cubed shape, and was a beautiful, clear, almost iridescent quality. I personally didn't own one, so I thought it was a great choice, and completely her own. The owner at the shop also told her that it was a great choice for her first real stone, and explained what its properties were and what it was good for. She gave her a small woven bag that the stone fit in, and my daughter was thrilled. We got home later that day, and I told my daughter to display her stones somewhere that could remind her of our time in the witch store. She put the stone in her dresser with her other small mementos, and that was that. A few weeks later, she told me that she had lost the moonstone. It wasn't a huge surprise because children are known to lose things, but it was a bit upsetting as it was a special moment between mother and daughter. I spent the evening helping her look for it to no avail. We must have looked for an hour in her room and it turned up nothing. We couldn't even find the small bag that it was originally in. We even checked behind and under the dresser and still couldn't find it. About a week later, I had given up any hope trying to find it, but kept wondering how it just seemingly disappeared into thin air, or what she could have possibly done with the stone. I was cleaning out the catch-all drawer that we all have, and actually found the square-shaped moonstone to my surprise. However, it wasn't in the bag that it came with, and I couldn't find the bag in the drawer either. My daughter came home from school, and I excitedly told her that I finally found the stone, but couldn't find the bag that it came with. She told me that she had actually found the stone herself, and that it was still in the bag. I showed her the stone that I found, and she pulled out the bag. I said there's no way the stone is in the bag, it's right here in my hand. She took out the stone, and sure enough, it was there. We compared the two stones, and the one I found was the same exact shape, size, and color, but without the little bag that it came in. I was lost for a moment, wondering how I found the exact same stone when we had only purchased one of them at the Wicca shop. I remember the entire event of purchasing the stone, and the cost, so I was absolutely baffled. This wasn't a stone I've ever had before either. It was something she completely picked on her own, as I wanted it to be meaningful for her. This left me with a lot of questions. Did the stone replicate itself somehow so I would eventually find it, knowing its meaning was a bond that I shared with my daughter? Did I will the stone to turn up in the most random of places? I'll never know. I just thought that we did not purchase two of them, and I never owned one before my daughter had purchased hers. My daughter was as blown away as I was. Now, having two of the exact same stone, I told her how we can each have one to remember this strange occurrence. We keep the two stones next to each other, now in a safe space, as a reminder of this experience. Was it magic? Or was it perhaps just another glitch in the Matrix? Hi, Raven. So, this happened about a week ago or so. My girlfriend and I were settling down for bed around 1 in the morning, and there was a neighbor playing loud bass. We called in a noise complaint and everything, so the night was off to a weird start as it is. My girlfriend is doing something in the bathroom and the cop shows up to the neighbor's apartment, and I peek through the window to watch. After a while, the cop left, and the bass music stopped. I went back to the bedroom, the bathroom door is opened, and my girlfriend walks out, and I'm telling her about the cop. As I'm talking to her, I follow her around the bedroom, and she makes the occasional or sounds. Not too weird yet. Well, as I'm talking to her, she goes back into the bathroom, and I follow her to the bathroom door, telling her about the cop still. Also, the bathroom is connected to the bedroom. It's a tiny apartment, single bedroom. Anyways, she goes to the bathroom while I'm talking to her, and she shuts the door. I continue talking to her through the bathroom door, and as I'm talking to her, I hear a beeping sound coming from inside the bathroom. I found this weird because it sounded exactly like the air conditioner beeping sound. I played it off until I heard my girlfriend start talking to me from the living room. She opens the bedroom door, not the bathroom door, and asks me what I was saying. I spin my head around faster than I ever have before, and I asked, "What the hell just happened?" She was like, "What do you mean?" and kinda laughed. I was like, "You were just in the bathroom." And she said, "Well, yeah, but I came in here to turn the air conditioner off." I told her, no, she doesn't understand. I physically watched her go into the bathroom and shut the door. I was even leaning on the door speaking to her. She came into realization that I was leaning on the door talking to her, and she found it weird that she didn't see me when she left the bathroom. That she didn't see me in the apartment at all. I started to freak out, and I told her, no, that I physically watched her go into the restroom. She was in there approximately 20 seconds, and she never left. She started to think, and she couldn't remember the last couple of minutes, that she'd blanked them out. I didn't really believe in the supernatural or glitch in the Matrix stories until that night. I watched her go into the bathroom. Then she came out of the living room, beside the door that I was leaning on. What's even weirder is that when she leaves the bathroom, she always leaves the door open. But the door was shut. When I opened the bathroom door, the light was off, as if no one had even went in there. I know no one will ever believe this, but I cannot explain what happened beside it being a glitch in the Matrix. Or my girlfriend teleported without her knowing. I about had a panic attack, and it was extremely hard for me to fall asleep that night. Anyways, I really appreciate your videos. I discovered the channel right after this experience, as I was trying to see if anyone else had experienced something similar. I hope that others can relate to this story too, and maybe it'll help them as well. And keep up the great work. Two buddies and I went up to Renton, Washington to pick up a mini truck that needed brakes, which we planned on fixing in an auto parts parking lot and driving it back down to Oregon the next day. The lanes in this town all seemed just too narrow, with nobody knowing when to stop or use blinkers. I'm talking people full-on slamming their brakes as they pull up to red lights. Kind of odd, but it got weirder once we started working on the truck. The AutoZone that we stopped at didn't have the brake pads that we needed. So we called up an O'Reilly's, who said that they had them there. On the way, I saw a child stop at a crosswalk, look down the road which had no cars, wave at an imaginary vehicle and start walking. Minutes after this, I noticed someone riding a bicycle. I glance away for a split second, and turn back to see the same person now walking, with a headlamp on and no bicycle in sight. Once we pull up to the O'Reilly's, there's a sign on the door saying, "Family emergency, closed early." It had been no less than 5 minutes since we called them. Weird, but okay. We call up another O'Reilly's a few minutes away, and they say they have the pads in stock as well. We pull into the parking lot to see another handwritten note on the door that says, "Personal emergency, closed early." At this point, the three of us find it pretty weird, but we just have to find some brake pads. Luckily, the next shop that we call has them, and they're still open when we get there. We get back to the trucks and slap the brakes on, only to notice the taillight is out. I stay with the truck because all of the tools are out while my two buddies go to a Walmart to find the bulb that we need. As I'm standing there, waiting, I watch a car pull into the large parking lot, circle several times over, and then leave. As the car pulls out, another pulls in, and circles several times without stopping, and leaves. This trend repeats itself about 5 more times until my buddies come back. Now, on to what happens to them on the Walmart trip. The GPS took them on a route that made them drive down a sidewalk through a Nissan dealership to get to the Walmart. When they walked in the Walmart, it looked as though it was still under construction. Bare walls everywhere. Most of the product was on wrapped pallets, with employees just walking around aimlessly. Upon asking people for a key to get into the light bulbs, they found that only one person in the entire store had the keys, but not to the bulbs, to everything. The next day, we snap an axle on the way home a few miles outside of Seattle, about 10 miles from where we picked up the truck initially. While working on the car, a lady walks up, nice as can be, and asks what happened. We explain the situation and bring up our experience in Renton. She tells us that she's from there, and says she has no clue what we are talking about, and reassures us that we must have been in a neighboring town, because Renton is a quiet, lovely little place. We all felt that it just made it even more weird that before we could leave the area, someone came by, started a conversation, and basically told us that we did not experience what we had. This happened a few years ago, but I still think about it to this day. I checked, and I think this follows the rules, but I apologize if not. So, at the time of this event, I was 25 and staying at my parents' house with my 2 dogs. The way my parents' house is set up, even with my bedroom door closed, I can tell when someone turns on the kitchen light as it illuminates beneath my door. On this night, I heard footsteps to the kitchen, saw the light turn on beneath my door, and checked the time. It was around 1 a.m., and I remember thinking, Mom is probably going to the kitchen for something. I then heard the microwave go on and assumed that she must be heating up a glass of milk, as she frequently does that when she can't sleep. I didn't think much of it, but I checked on the dogs to see if they woke up, and then proceeded to pet and snuggle both of them in bed. I do recall double-checking that they were both with me and neither of them were startled by the microwave. I have anxious dogs. I later saw the light go off from underneath my door and heard my mom walk upstairs. All the while, I'm still in bed with the dogs. At least, that's what I thought, and that's what I remembered. I truly didn't think much of it. It wasn't weird for me to be up in my dark room with the dogs, and it wasn't strange for my mom to go downstairs to heat up milk in the middle of the night. I just happened to pay notice to the footsteps, the light, the microwave, and the time. The next morning, my mom is telling me about how she struggled to sleep last night and went to heat up some milk around 1 a.m. I tell her that I already knew as I heard it all and was awake when it happened. She looked at me shocked as she proceeds to tell me that when she went down to the kitchen, she was surprised to see my dogs were down there. She claims they were excited to see her, and they kept her company while she drank her glass of milk. She said when she came upstairs, my door was closed, my lights were off, so she opened it to let the dogs in, and then closed the door again. I told her that was impossible, as I was with the dogs when I heard the microwave go off. I was even with them when I checked the time after the lights went on. I never once saw her open my door, but she swears that she had to let them into my room. I never got up. I never opened my door, and I was petting the dogs. The rest of our stories align. The time that she went down there, the microwave, etc., but both of us claim to have been with the dogs during that whole experience. In the house, it was me, my dad, and my mom. My dad is a heavy sleeper who can literally sleep through anything, and is usually in bed by 9 p.m. He claims to have been asleep the whole time, and that he did not go down into the kitchen. Some people think that I got the time wrong, and that I must have forgotten opening my door and just didn't notice the dogs got out. However, I swear they were with me as they always sleep with me, and I distinctly remember them being with me. Distinctly remember checking on them when the lights and microwave went off, and distinctly remember petting them. I never once got up, as I saw no need to get up to see who was in the kitchen, and I was comfortable where I was. I'm always welcome to other explanations, but to this day, it just feels like my dog's glitched. Now, this happened about 45 years ago, but my memory of it is clear like it happened months ago. I was living in Oceanside, California. On the main road from the back gate of Camp Pendleton to downtown, there is a sharp left curve. It's more like a left turn that only becomes a left turn as you continue to the road on the right. One day, as I was going around the curve, I hit a slick spot, and my rear end slipped to the right. I overcorrected it, and it started slipping to the left, and I ended up facing the wrong way. The strange part is, I know it only took a couple of seconds, but it seemed to last around 15 seconds. I was in the right lane, and there was another car in the left lane. Not only did I not hit that car, I don't know how I didn't, but at one point, it seemed like I could reach left to adjust his rear view mirror. I would have to be a passenger in the car to do that. Another time, I was riding my bicycle down the road going around a left bend. I was going pretty fast, but 1 second I was riding with no problems, and then a split second later, I was kneeling on the side of the bicycle as it slid down the road. I had no memory of going from riding to sliding. Then, one more. I was riding my motorcycle and was pulling into my driveway. There were some wet leaves, which are very slick. 1 second I was pulling into the driveway, and a split second later I was standing next to my motorcycle, and it was on its side. I had no memory going from riding to standing. My clothes were dry, so I didn't fall down and stand up. I didn't fall. It was like in the movie Red, where Bruce Willis opened the car door as the car was sliding and stepped out, and was just standing there while the car kept sliding. Hi, Raven. I only found out about you around a month ago, and I've been binging all of your videos. They're great to listen to while playing video games, so I've been told. This is my first glitch, and it wasn't nearly as scary as I thought it would be. More curious than anything. I live in a little condo with my mom and my cat Roxy. Every day, someone has to take out the garbage by going to a big dumpster that sits in one of the parking lots. It was my mom's turn, so it was just me and Roxy in the house. I'm being thorough with the description of the upstairs because I want to emphasize how truly tiny the hallway is, and how there's nowhere else to go or hide. I helped my mom gather the garbage bags and then went upstairs. Standing at the end where you come up, left side is the bathroom, right side is a closet. Then my mom's room and my room is at the other end. It is a very small hallway. Like walking from my room to the stairs is only about 6 steps, and if I stand in a certain way, I can have 1 foot in my room and the other in my mom's. My cat was downstairs. I know that she was because she was eating her treats when I went up. My mom always has to give her treats when she leaves or she'll cry. I was standing right by my open door at my dresser putting away and organizing my jewelry when I hear Roxy start crying, indicating that she was done with her treats and she realized Mom was gone. I turn to go to the stairs and I try calling her up when I feel something on my leg. I turn to see Roxy smacking me, trying to get my attention. I know that she was downstairs because I saw her there. We only have one staircase. You literally cannot get upstairs any other way, and the door was wide open. She did not come up those stairs. Just a point of note, I don't usually do this, but I would like to mention that cats operate outside of the Matrix. This is an established fact at this point in time, just so everyone's aware. I have two strange stories. The first one was back several years ago when I smoked cigars. I had a cigar cutter that would cut a round hole into the end of the cigar. It was a cylinder shape, and the cap that covers the blade screws on to protect it. It had a spring-loaded rod that cleared the tobacco from inside the hole. To get to the spring, you would have to unscrew the back section. Now, I did not play with it while it was in my pants pocket. And twice, I found the spring itself in my pocket, with the cutter still in one piece. I've always wondered how the spring got out without taking it apart. Or how was it taken apart in my pocket and then put back together in my pocket without me touching it? The other one happened just a couple of weeks ago. When I have to wait somewhere, like a doctor's office, I will crochet to pass the time. I love to crochet. I use a plastic shopping bag to hold the yarn. When I was called in to see my doctor, I put the yarn and the hook inside the bag. When I got home, I placed the bag on my desk, and I felt the hook inside of the bag. It's a metal hook just over 5 inches long, so it's easy to tell what it is. A little later, when I grabbed the bag to crochet some more, I could not find the hook in the bag. Then, just in case I put the hook in a pocket, I checked all of my front pockets. These pants are the 8-pocket ones. I checked them twice, and I could not find the hook. I called the office in case it fell out there, and no, just not there. So I grabbed another hook and put that one in my pocket to use to crochet. When I went to pull it out, there were 2 crochet hooks in my pocket. Now, I could have just not felt it when I reached my hand into the pocket, but with the type it is, there's no way that I grabbed the pocket and basically folded it in half without feeling the hook. It was not in there. And then it just was. Hi, Raven. I'm a big fan of your channel. I've been listening to your channel every night during work, and I never thought I would submit my own story until I recently started listening to this old band again for the first time since I've had this discussion with this friend years ago that had re-sparked this old memory. I tried to submit it to the Glitch in the Matrix subreddit, but it got rejected because they thought I was telling a childhood story, but I'm convinced that this is a glitch or sign of some kind. I have no idea why this memory was lost for a while, but it just recently came back to me when I was listening to this band again, when I had completely forgot about this song's existence. When I was around 7 or 8 years old, I wrote a riff on a keyboard that I had heard in my dreams. I was recently talking to a friend of mine who has the same taste of music as me, and we were talking about bands that we grew up with, primarily being emo and screamo type music. But we got to talking and he said, "Oh, well, one of my favorite songs of all time is Blessed with a Curse by Bring Me the Horizon." I replied with, "Oh, I haven't heard it. Do you have it on your phone by chance so I can listen to it?" When he played the song, the first riff, I kid you not, was the riff to the Bring Me the Horizon song, and I didn't really grow up with emo music like he had. I grew up mainly in 90s dance and house, like Daft Punk. I didn't get into emo music until my teen years. Anyway, when he played that song, I just sat there in disbelief. I always heard that song in my dreams, but I heard a piano melody version of it. I would literally hear this song multiple times throughout my childhood, and it always gave me chills, but had a really familiar sense of nostalgia for some reason, but I never knew why. What's the meaning behind this? Is this a sign of some kind? Normally when I see stories like this, I kind of shrug them off, but after it happened to me, I'm convinced that something is wrong here. If you do get the chance to read this, thank you for sharing our stories. And thank you for submitting it to me. My boyfriend and I both have our own vehicles. I drive a black Jeep and he drives a white Escape. He was at work yesterday until 4:30 p.m., and I got off work around 11 a.m., and decided to go to my friend's house for a little bit. My friend came outside when I got to her house, and we walked into her house together. About 20 minutes later, I realized I left my cigarettes in the Jeep, so I went out to get them. As I walked out the door, I saw my boyfriend's white Escape, which I do drive a lot, sitting in the driveway. I was confused because it was about 1:30 p.m., and my friend lives 45 minutes away. I walked up to the Escape to see what he was doing there, and no one was in the car. I looked around and realized that I didn't see the Jeep. So I took the keys out of my pocket to hit the lock button to make it make sounds to see where it was. And I pulled out the keys to the Escape, which would have been impossible because my boyfriend took the Escape to work and we only have one set of keys for that car. I put the keys back in my pocket to run inside and ask my friend what car I pulled up in. She looked at me like I lost my mind and said that I pulled up in the Jeep. I told her that the Escape was in the driveway and not the Jeep. We went outside so that I could show her, and the Jeep was back, and the Escape was gone. She saw how freaked out I was, and we went to look at the security cameras from right before I pulled in to where my friend and I walked out of her house, and the camera wasn't working, which she claims has never happened. We sat outside till I left because if it was going to happen again, I wanted to see it happen. I ended up leaving an hour or so later, but I honestly was nervous to get in the car because I literally thought it was going to glitch out again and I would end up somewhere that I don't want to be. This was one of the weirdest things I've had happen to me, and I wouldn't believe it if it hadn't happened to me. Has anyone had something like this happen to them before? Hi, Raven. I've recently become interested in Glitch in the Matrix stories, and I found your channel. First, I want to thank you for sharing these stories, as they aren't dramatized like others I've found online. I would also like to share that I'm not sure if my story counts as a glitch, but I have to admit that it was really weird. So, this happened around 13 years ago, when I was still in high school. My mom had picked me up from school and we decided to buy a rotisserie chicken at a nearby restaurant, and then make rice at home. Let me clarify that we've been to this restaurant various times, especially during this period which felt that we went at least once a month. Anyways, we drove to the restaurant and looked for parking. And before we found a space, we noticed that it wasn't there. We laughed at the fact that we couldn't see it, and drove around again as the restaurant was on a busy street, and we didn't want to cause traffic. When we came back around, we parked and looked again. Just like before, it wasn't there. We ended up doing this around 3 times, until we decided, okay, I guess it's closed down, let's go home. I decided to Google the restaurant to see what happened. When I did this, Google showed that the restaurant was still there and it was open. At this point, my mom and I were very confused but still laughing, so we used Google Maps to drive to a restaurant we knew like the back of our hand. To our surprise, this time the restaurant was not only there, but it was extremely busy, with people coming in and out of it. My mom and I parked and just laughed, commenting on how blind we are. To this day, we still tell people, and everyone laughs as this restaurant is very popular, and people wonder how we didn't see it. But recently I started to think that maybe we didn't miss it. What if it really wasn't there? What if we somehow drove to another dimension or something? What if we had driven home? Would we go back to a reality that wasn't our own? I mean, at least I didn't experience this glitch alone. My family and I went to the Ren Fair this weekend. I brought a crossbody handbag and wore it, never taking it off. I'm 100% sure that no one except me got into it. I had one pair of AirPods in a zippered pocket inside the handbag, and one pair of Amazon Echo Bluetooth earbuds. These were for my husband and I. Nobody else in our party or family owns Bluetooth earbuds of any brand. I never once opened that zippered pouch the entire duration of our trip, but I had them in there just so that they didn't get lost in our bags or clothes and such. We got home today, and my husband was upset, because he can't find his AirPods and checked Find My iPhone, which said they were 100+ miles away, in the same city as the Ren Fair. I told him to just check my purse, that I'd zipped them up into the pocket. He checked, and there they were. So were my Amazon Echo earbuds. And so was another identical pair of AirPods. The weirdest thing is, when I opened them, they say a former nickname of mine's AirPods. Think like if my name was Samantha, they would say Sammy's AirPods. Nobody has called me that for years, though. I do have an iPhone, so I pulled them up, and they immediately connected instead of doing the whole setup screen that tells you about new AirPods. They also appeared on my Find My iPhone before I turned my phone on and connected them. I checked on my iPad since I've used my husband's AirPods before. I have no idea how this could have happened. My bag was never accessible by anyone else. I wore it crossbody the entire day. That pouch was zipped. And the top of the bag itself was zipped. I also had a floor-length cloak that wrapped around my body and covered the bag, so nobody could have sneakily approached me from behind. Did I spontaneously get AirPods from a parallel version of myself? It's a really expensive and elaborate prank. We didn't drink at the fair, so I didn't drunkenly take these from the grounds either. Hi all. The story I'm about to tell you happened about a year ago. One night, my girlfriend and I come home from a long day of work, and we decided to do what we normally do to de-stress, which is take a bath together. I started the bath, lit the candles, and slowly started to add the bubble bath soap and bath salts. The specific bath salts I was using this time were a gift from my girlfriend a few months prior, and we barely have gotten used to it. It was locally made, and I believe that it was just a mix of pink salts and flower petals, and it came in a glass cylinder jar. It may or may not have had little quartz crystals in it, but I'm not quite sure about that detail. The bath was prepared. My girlfriend and I get undressed, and then she turns the lights off. It wasn't too dark because of the glow of the candles. They lit the small bathroom pretty well. My girlfriend gets in first with no issue. But then, when I step into the full tub, I hadn't realized that I left the bath salts on the edge of the tub. I bumped into the glass jar of bath salts, knocking it over next to the toilet. The loud noise of glass shattering spooking my girlfriend and myself. We both look down and see the bath salts all over the ground. Glass broken in pieces, even behind the toilet. We both sigh in disappointment, like, of course. We were both so tired after our bath that we decided to leave the mess for tonight and clean it first thing in the morning. Our roommate was asleep, so we didn't tell him, but it was out of the way enough that nobody would step on it in the middle of the night. The next morning, my girlfriend and I go sit in the living room to talk. Our roommate was in the washroom. A while later, he comes out of the washroom, and what he says next made our stomachs drop. There he was, standing there with the same jar of bath salts that we knocked down and broke the night before in his hand. He was like, "Hey, guys, I found this on the floor." What the hell? My girl and I told him the whole story, and he just laughed and seemed kind of unimpressed. Like, oh, weird. But we just looked at each other like there's no way that we imagined it. We heard it. We saw it. We touched it. The next day it was fixed like it had never fell. It couldn't have been anything else because there wasn't even a mess. Our roommate didn't see anything either. I know this may not be exciting to you, but to this day, that is the craziest, most unexplainable instance that we've ever been through. I have so many questions. Why did the glass fix itself? How did this happen overnight? What is the meaning of it, if there is any at all? Maybe it was a shared hallucination, but how? We weren't that tired or warm. Did we wake up in a slightly different universe where we never broke the glass? I don't know, but I genuinely think this might be a glitch in the Matrix. Thanks for reading my story. If you made it this far, I hope that it was entertaining for you. I know y'all don't know me, but this really did happen. And I really would like to read somebody else's take on why or how all this happened. My girl and I still talk about it to this day, and do not know what to make of it. This peculiar event happened to me while I was in my early 20s. So, between 2008 and 2013. I was a bit of a transient then, and often slept outside or squatted in houses that were foreclosed upon or up for sale. A few nights at most. Most neighborhoods that I wandered through day to day had a community pool, if not several. Oftentimes I would use these pool areas to bathe. They had showers, or sleep at if the time was right. One night in particular, I went to my most frequented pool. I could reach over the large gate and open it from the other side. At this pool, I would always clumsily maneuver a reclining chair closest to the wall, and next to a large pump, I believe, for the spa. I would do this to stay out of the sight from the golf and tennis courts. I only describe the area so as one may picture this scenario in their mind. While I was trying to fall asleep, I opened my eyes and saw a jagged silhouette dancing about the semicircle wall that enclosed the pump right beside me. At first I thought it was headlights, or the police. I raised myself on my tippy toes to peer over the stucco wall that I just had my back to. Thinking now, I feel my reaction was one of hurried panic. I exited through the gate and walked quickly around a short path to the parking lot, where I encountered the source of the light. It was a motorcycle. It was on fire. I stared as I walked past it and then out of the parking lot onto the sidewalk. I looked back every few steps to look on in amazement. The fire seemed to be escalating, devouring more of the vehicle all the time. A car passed me as I walked down the sidewalk, now about 20 meters away from the scene. I knew whoever was in that car would see the now engulfed bike, and they would probably blame me, as it was very late, or early, and I was the only person around. I continued to walk away quite fast, and then I heard a dull explosion and then the crunching of metal. I looked back and the motorcycle had fallen over. I turned the corner onto 214th Way, a street that I had lived on and would live on again for many years, and turned out of sight. I don't know if this is a glitch per se, as I don't know what happened. I can tell you that the motorcycle was not there when I first approached the clubhouse, and I heard no motor or anything like that, or any other noises. And like I said, I was lying on a chair that was up against the wall, and on the other side was the parking lot. The motorcycle was parked in basically the best spot if one were to be visiting the pool. I never fell asleep either, as I don't fall asleep easily and am often awake for hours before I do. I haven't thought of this event for a while, though I have told a few friends. I tried to give an accurate retelling so one may be able to offer better insight. What do I think? The most logical thing I think could have happened would be that somebody rolled their bike up to the spot, ignited a fire, and walked away. For, I guess, tax purposes? To frame me? I did have some friends, or brothers, who lived in the neighborhood that rode motorcycles, and I don't think either one would have done that. And, like I said, I would have heard something, most likely. Thanks for reading. So, this happened a few months ago. I was sleeping over with some friends. I'd been laying down fully awake with my clock showing 10:33 p.m. My friends were talking, so I decided to stare at the roof in boredom. Only a few minutes passed, or at least it felt like they had. I looked back at the clock, and it read 2:07 a.m. I was shocked. My friends were asleep and the lights had all turned off. I got out of bed to check the other clocks in my house, and they read the same. So, I went to the bathroom like I usually would in the night, and froze. In terror, I saw that the mirror was frozen. I moved around, but my reflection stayed the same. Terrified, I went running out of the bathroom downstairs to call for my friend, but my phone was dead. It was a foggy and misty morning, which shouldn't have happened, because the weather was supposed to be sunny all morning. Horrified, I just went to sleep, and I woke up to my friends hitting me with pillows. I got up and saw that it was sunny and clear. My phone was fully charged and the clocks were all working again. This experience scared me quite a bit. It was as if time had paused, or I was in some other dimension for a few minutes. Anyways, thank you, Raven, for putting this in your podcast. I love your podcasts, and I listen to them every day. Hi. I don't know if this qualifies or not, but here's something that happened to me recently. I'm a flight attendant, and I was on an overnight in a hotel and had to be back in the lobby to start my new day at 3 p.m. I'd gone down and had lunch with my coworker, and it just didn't feel right all day. It was just dragging. I didn't really eat, just sat and talked while he ate. We went back to our rooms for the rest of the afternoon. until it was time to go to the lobby. I'd been working on a diamond art painting and was watching the time. I was listening to your Glitch in the Matrix stories, and I would occasionally glance at my smartwatch and it would say 2:15. It never occurred to me that my watch repeatedly said 2:15 every time I looked at it. I just thought I had plenty of time. I had YouTube playing on my smart TV, just listening. Suddenly, the TV turned off. I thought that was weird, and I looked at my watch, and it said 2:15. It occurred to me that it had said that the last few times. And the hotel's TVs are set to turn off at checkout time. I looked at my watch again, and the time switched from 2:15 to 2:59 right in front of my eyes. Like, it turned to the correct time when the glitch videos stopped playing. Needless to say, I got in my uniform and threw everything in my suitcase, and was downstairs within 3 minutes. But that's the one time that I felt the Matrix glitched on me. Hi. I've been a huge fan of your content ever since I found it while looking for something interesting to listen to. And your Glitch in the Matrix stories have always been my favorite. I was thinking while watching one of your videos about if I've ever had an experience. And I realized that I may have one. So, at school, or just when I'm on my phone, I often look at the time. Either to see when I need to get the next thing done, or just to check and see what time it is. This has happened multiple times, especially on my school computer. When I look at the time one time, and then when I double check, it's a completely different time. For example, when I was in a first period study hall once, I checked the clock to see when the class ended, because I really didn't like the teacher who ran the study hall. The clock said something like 8:15. When I checked back only a few seconds later, because I get anxious and double-check the time like 20 times before I'm sure that I've read it right, it read 8:09. I was really confused, and I stared at the clock for a few seconds trying to figure out what happened, or if I just somehow read it wrong. But no. It's also not like this is a one-time thing. It's happened many other times where I'll look at the clock, and it reads one thing, but when I look back at it only a few seconds later, it's a totally different time. It makes me wonder why this happens. Is it just my eyes playing tricks on me? Or is it something bigger? Both my friend and I moved away from our home country in August, and both of us moved to different countries for uni. I'm in Amsterdam and she's in Prague. Since then, we both seem to be having the same random, really odd, specific things happening to us on the same day. Not anything scary, just oddly specific. Here are a few. Just today I went to use my washing machine as usual, but I didn't have a lot of time. So, I decided to quickly Google the washing machine manual online, because I didn't know how long each program takes. Quite literally a few minutes later, my friend sends me a message. Do you know where I can find out how long each program on this washing machine takes? Because it doesn't show the time on mine. Just very oddly specific. Another one is that I bought a coffee a few days ago, and when the cashier gave me my change, I noticed that one of the 50-cent coins looked strange, and then realized it's a new Croatian 50-cent coin. Again, a few minutes later, my friend sends me a picture of a Croatian 50-cent coin saying, "Haha, look what I just found in my pants pocket." Last week we were calling each other, and she told me that she was in the tram and got up to let an old lady sit down because it was full, and then suddenly the tram pulled off and she fell over. The same thing had happened to me that morning. I fell over in the tram after letting an old lady sit down. I could go on, but this has been happening for weeks, and it's 4 to 5 times a week, and it's always really super specific. It's getting kind of creepy. So, my partner and I took a trip to Banff. One day we went up to Sulphur Mountain. We got up by the gondola, and when we got there I had immediately noticed a group, and one of them stood out because they were wearing off-white clothes. I'm into fashion, so it caught my attention. I liked their outfit. I pointed it out to my partner, and then we started our walk to the Cosmic Ray Station from the gondola. It's a one-way there and back, so there's only one boardwalk to go both directions. Once we got up to the Cosmic Ray Station, my partner and I took some photos, took in the views, and started our walk back. Just as we were coming down the steps from the Cosmic Ray Station, we noticed the group of people that we had seen at the beginning coming up. We walked past each other in opposite directions. They went up to the Cosmic Ray Station, and we went back down to start our walk back. We walked directly back this time, and did not stop for photos. When we got back to the start, to where the gondola is, guess who we see? The group of people that we just saw at the Cosmic Ray Station standing at the beginning of the boardwalk, taking pictures, and then getting back in line for the gondola. They even ended up on the gondola in front of us going down. It's not a long walk if you don't stop. Maybe 20 minutes, so if they for some reason had ended up leaving the Cosmic Ray Station as soon as they arrived, they would have passed and we would have 100% noticed. My partner and I just looked at each other, both so confused. We weren't able to understand how they could have gotten in front of us. Maybe the mountain air is messing with us, or something glitchy happened on the mountain that day. So, like a year ago, my mom, brother, and I were all packing to go to my cousin's house to stay for Thanksgiving. I packed my phone and a charger into my bag. When we got there, I took it out and charged it, then we had dinner and stayed for a while. I honestly don't remember if I put my phone back in my bag or not, but I know that my mom took the charger back with us. But anyways, it was time to go and we drove back to my mom's house. My parents are divorced, so I lived with her at the time. But when I got home, my phone wasn't in my bag. I looked everywhere in my bag, and then I looked in my mom's car, everywhere that I possibly could. It was nowhere. So I assumed that I left it at their house. And I think I had forgotten to bring it back, I guess. But my cousins couldn't find it anywhere in their house either. So I just went without a phone for like 4 months, until I got a new one. I started living with my dad again in May, and last month I was in the spare room with a bunch of boxes and movies, and I found my phone sitting on a chair in there. I asked my dad where it came from, and he said that he had found the phone around a month ago in that room. So he just left it there. I had a new phone by then, plus my old one was cracked and barely working, and so that's why he didn't tell me. So, basically, I lost it at my cousin's, and it reappeared at my dad's house. I hadn't even gone to his house until 6 months after I had lost my phone. None of us had even gone to his house until way after the phone was lost, and my dad did not come with us to my cousin's house. Hi, Raven. My name is Claire, and I've been a long-time listener, and I never really thought I would have a glitch or experience of my own. But I guess I was wrong, because here I am writing this for you. Anyways, here's my story. In the beginning of the summer, I went to stay with my aunt and uncle in Nebraska. And the entire time that I stayed there, lots of weird things kept happening to me. Like, for example, within the first week of me being there, I experienced one of the worst sleep paralysis episodes ever. I woke up to see a woman standing in the corner of my room. Thinking it was my aunt, I said, "Hey, what's up?" To no response. And all I could think about was how heavy my chest felt, and the fact that I couldn't move or breathe. It was genuinely terrifying, and it's something that I'll never forget. But the main thing that happened to me that I wanted to talk about was when I was leaving. My uncle drove me to Texas back to my parents' house, which was about a 7.5-hour drive from where we were. We made it to Kansas, and then it was almost like time just passed without me or even my uncle realizing it. Last thing we knew, it was 10 a.m., and then we suddenly get a realization that we're still in the car. We just look at each other, and the clock says 1 p.m. And then we realized that we were in the middle of Oklahoma. We have no idea what happened, because it almost had seemed that those 3 hours just happened like they were nothing. And we almost time traveled to 3 hours in the future in 3 seconds. I'm sorry if this was a really bad explanation, but I'm hoping someone could explain maybe what this was. Anyways, thanks for reading my story. A friend and I went to the lake yesterday. We both have camping chairs with little cooler bags attached to one arm. We like to sit with our chairs about a foot deep in the water. Because of where we sit, we know young children are going to splash. So, the cooler bag, which is mostly waterproof, works as storage and protection for our phones. Yesterday, an approximately 3-year-old boy comes to me with a volleyball, wanting to play catch. I happily oblige, which then attracted a second, third, and fourth boy. There was a lot of splashing. I checked my normally waterproof bag and found too much water to keep my phone safe. My friend said that she would put it in her bag. I handed it to her and watched her put it in her bag and zip it closed. While playing, she got up and went about 10 feet into the water. I eventually joined her. We weren't far from our chairs, and they were in our sight the entire time. When we decided to get out and eat lunch, she said that she would grab the phones. I watched as she unzipped her bag, pulled her phone out, and then started rummaging to find my phone. It wasn't there. She took a few things out that she had in her bag, even examined her phone to be sure that it was hers. We then started looking in the water and then over at our table. She told me to check my bag. I opened it up, and there's my phone, standing upside down in a little pool of water. Luckily, all of my phone's ports are on the bottom of my phone, so they were out of the water and it wasn't damaged. We rethought what could have happened multiple times, but we both remembered the conversation and the phone handoff the exact same way. I had a really odd experience about a year ago. It makes no sense. One morning when I woke up, I somehow knew that something odd was going to happen. Anyways, I went on my way to get some shopping in, and as I got to the shop, I got my shopping and everything seemed fine. But I had this feeling lingering over me that something was off. I shrugged it off and went on my way back home. Now, this is where things got crazy. As I'm coming home, I turned a corner not far from my house at all, and I heard this loud humming noise. It was so loud that it stopped me in my tracks. My gut feeling kicked in, and I knew something strange was about to happen. I turned around and I saw a silver car. The silver car had a strange metallic look to it. Nothing I've ever seen before with a normal car. I can't really explain it. All I know is one moment it was silver and the next transparent. And two men were sat in this car but looked very strange. They didn't seem human, and they were acting very odd. Like they were just in a trance, just staring ahead. Their facial features were also changing. I thought to myself, it's nothing, just keep walking. So I decided to walk. As I went through the gates, all of a sudden the humming noise got louder, and then it stopped. There was no humming noise anymore. So I stepped back to look at the silver car, and it wasn't there anymore either. It didn't drive off as I would have heard it, and I kept looking back to see if I could see it drive past, and it didn't move. All of a sudden, this fear kicked in, and I felt the need to get home, so I did. As I got home, I sat there thinking what happened. How did they vanish so fast? So I went to a friend who's very gifted, and she told me that she couldn't tell me what happened, but it was something I had to experience. And from the feeling it gave me, I wondered, was it some kind of humanoids? Was it a glitch? I felt I was going crazy. And no, I don't do drugs nor drink alcohol either. It was just a very odd experience. But it wasn't my first glitch in the Matrix that I've experienced. I've had one before, and this is something I haven't told anyone apart from my friend, because I wondered if she could explain what had happened, but she couldn't. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this? I can't explain it, but all I know is that it was some sort of glitch or something out of this world. What happens sometimes now when I pass that same place, it just comes back to me. I've never seen it happen again. It's just that one time. I'm not sure why I experienced this, but I would love to hear if anyone else out there has experienced something similar. It was extremely weird. It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and my gut was warning me that something was not right. I haven't really told anyone because I don't want to sound crazy, but this really did happen. I saw it with my own eyes. This happened about 2 years ago, and I still have no explanation. How did these parenting books end up in my car? Logical explanations welcome, but I doubt that we'll find any. Context. I was on my third date with my now boyfriend. We were meeting at the beach so that I could teach him to surf. He didn't have a car at the time, and I knew that I would be driving him home after we surfed. My car is usually a pigsty, so I diligently cleaned it before our date because it was too soon for him to see my true messy form. My car was spotless, and the only thing in it was 2 surfboards, my wetsuit, and some surf wax. I parked a few blocks away, in a neighborhood area near the beach, and I unloaded my car and carried the boards to meet him at the beach. At this point, my car is completely empty, except for the surf wax. We surf for a few hours, and we both walk back to my car. Now, the glitch. I open my trunk to load the boards into my car, and I see 3 parenting books sitting in my trunk. I immediately screamed, "These aren't mine." Because I guess my first instinct was that it would be so weird to have baby books with me on a 3rd date. I took a closer look, and I had literally never seen any of these books before in my life. The weirdest, glitchiest part is that I parked directly next to one of those free mini book libraries. So it's almost like someone dropped off their books, and they glitched into my car instead of staying in the library. Further proof of said glitch. My first thought was maybe I had left my car unlocked, and someone, for some weird reason, tossed their books into my car instead of the library. But I actually have proof that my car was locked. When I surf, I have to remove my physical, key from my key fob and tie the mechanical key into a pocket on my wetsuit. Then, I lock my car with the key fob while the door is open, toss the key fob into the car, and close the door. When I come back, I unlock my car with the mechanical key, and my car alarm always goes off until I can press the unlock button on my key fob. It's literally a horrible system, and every time I surf with someone new, they make comments about how bad my system is. And my boyfriend made a joke about the alarm going off, aka my door was definitely locked. Also, note that I don't have kids, and neither do any of my close friends. So no one that I drive regularly has any need for parenting books. I asked pretty much everyone I knew if they put the books in my car to mess with me, but everyone said no. And that wouldn't make sense anyways. I cleaned my car right before my date, saw that my car was empty when I left it, and then saw the books when I got back. I should have kept the books to investigate them more, or in case there was some weird reason I was supposed to have them, but I threw them into the book library before I could think too hard about what had happened. So, any logical explanations for this? So, I'm looking for answers, because I have no idea what happened. For context purposes only, I work 4/10s, 4 days a week, 10 hours a day. I have about a 30 minutes drive to my job in the mornings, so I leave around 4:30 a.m. to make it there at the punctual time, so that I can relax in my car before clocking in at 5:50. I was driving on Route 43, as I've done for the past year, and I went through the toll, as I have done for the past year of my life. After the toll, the very next exit is my exit. I take it to go to work, my parents' house, basically any time I need to get to Washington County, PA from the county that I reside in. So it's safe to say that I have driven this route and taken this exit hundreds of times. Well, last Thursday, I go through the toll, but there was a very thick overcast of fog. I'm talking thick. But at this point, I know this route from memory. And even though I can't see the road signs, I know that my exit is the only exit for about 4 miles after the toll. So, I take the exit. But, instead of coming to the intersection of what I thought was the road that I needed to be on, it was this weird little podunk town. No cars in sight, and no cars on the road. I immediately turned around in a random driveway, and made my way back to where I turned from and got back on the Route 43 from the highway entrance. I kept driving, and the very next exit was the exit after my exit came up. I have no idea how or why I ended up in that town, and it has been bugging me incessantly. I know that I did not make a wrong turn. Because, like I've said, I've been riding that route for a year straight. I knew it was an exit because of the line on the road. There's no exits before the one that I need to take. So it's impossible to have turned too soon. And the next exit is about 3 to 4 miles up the road. I would have realized if it was different. I have OCD and I am on the spectrum, and I time everything, especially when driving. I know how long it takes me to get from home to the toll booth to exit, exits to the next highway, and so on. So, with all of that being said, I don't know what happened. Has anyone ever had a similar experience? The OP then added an update. It's easier to update this instead of replying to every comment. To the people saying that I was half asleep and took the wrong exit, I go to sleep at 7 p.m. and wake up at 3 a.m. I am well rested and fully awake before I leave my house in the morning, and taking the wrong exit would be a possibility if I hadn't already taken every single exit from my house to my job since then to see if that was the case. And, as the post states, when I got back onto the highway, the exit that is directly after mine was the very next exit. Geographically, there is no way that I could have taken a different exit. I've looked into every logical possibility, trust me, and I still have no answers.